frame. I'll go ahead and move you guys over to the actual scene that we'll be using, and also see your pogs.
Oh, let's see. Kaplan's also the only one that even has a token. It's actually appropriate.
It kind of is appropriate. And I believe I'll need to. Oh no, you were able to change your names. Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
So are we all in the same room together when Mr. Jack gives us his briefing?
Yes. You were brought into a small conference room on the cruiser had to been carrying you if it had shuttles. The cruiser that is ultimately overseeing this expedition, and given some privacy to receive the brief.
So just before Mr. Jack cuts off, although I'm certain he ignores me, Omer wants to say, Mr. Jack, I am fairly certain I was supposed to be assigned to the scientific delegate.
Click.
Hey, boss.
Oh, this is good.
Welcome to team.
Well, hello, everyone. A thing that you guys notice about Omer pretty much immediately is that his grammar is letter perfect in Russian. I'm going to assume that a lot of people in the Union are probably speaking some dialect of Russian or, something with a lot of slang in it. None of that going on.
So textbook perfect.
Right. Stuff you would hand in as your Russian homework.
Got ourselves a fancy speaker.
Oh boy.
Another thing you may notice about Mr. Kaplan is the weird metal contacts and heavy scarring on his face.
Well, that's a good sign.
It all healed really nicely, but there's a lot of them there. So we have a job to do. Everybody go ahead and introduce yourselves, I guess. And he'll point randomly at Nikolai.
Which Nikolai?
I already solved
Oh.
that problem.
Oh, I see.
We're down to one Nikolai. We didn't have two. It was close.
Oh. Yes, I am Nikolai Orlov. I was beat cop on SOS. But now, turns out, mild psychic. So they trained me up, and here we are.
Good, good. Do you bring any special skills with you to this mission, Mr. Nikolai?
Precognitive, and I'm good at hitting stuff with the baton. I also seem to be really lucky in not dying.
Okay, Omer gets out a data pad and starts making notes.
And Omer, with his No 1, has and his Connect 0, has at the very least heard that there is a broadcast coming from the main mercenary city on Tohioa Oa, the planet you'll be landing on, that says psychics are not allowed.
So, Mr. Nikolai, I'm going to advise you at this time not to tell anybody outside of this room about your abilities. Thank you.
Sure.
In particular, the natives.
I mean, are there natives?
Yeah.
There
yeah.
are.
There are several natives who are largely descended from a variety of North American indigenous tribes, speaking a variety of dialects of Algonquin and Athabascan type languages. It's going to be a real adventure going down there, actually.
Yeah,
I'm
great.
interested to see what several hundred years of isolation has done to languages that were already heavily divergent from those. And he just keeps going.
Oh, I forgot I asked.
I put my headset back on.
So anyway, Mr. Ruslan, tell us about yourself.
Knox?
I think Nox just AFK'd for a second.
Oh.
Okay, Mr. Morris, tell us about yourself.
I'm a simple man. I like breaking things, but I can be polite. I've been around the block. Good with the set of wheels as well.
Omer's notes now include probable criminal background as far as Boris. And is it Mr. or Miss Zoya? Because he'll pick whichever one is correct.
She looks like an extremely built, tall woman, so.
She's still getting called Mr. Zoya because I've remembered that that's the conceit of how Union works. Mr. Zoya.
Fair. Yeah, I mentioned she put her headset back on.
He's going to wave, kind of right up in Zoya's face.
She slowly turns to look at you.
Please tell the team about yourself.
I'm good at killing people. That's all you need to know.
Is there a particular style in which you tend to execute these killings, or?
She just reaches to her side and picks up the heavy machine gun she'd lugged in here with her and rested in her lap without any apparent concern about the weight.
Heavy weapons specialist goes into the data pad.
Mhm. Is
Good.
that sufficient? Or did you have any other questions or ranting you wanted to do?
I mean, not at this time, no.
Great.
And
Now, if you excuse me, I'll go back to my job. Just appears at this time to just be staring out the window.
good. And I suppose Mr. Ruslan appears to be indisposed. I
I'm
imagine
back.
we can hear from him later. Ah, there he is. Mr. Ruslan, hello. Introduce yourself, please.
I am Ruslan. I worked as a bouncer when I got noticed by Union. This was a big chance for me. As for skills, I'm good with hands, we say.
Aha.
He's a masseuse. Perfect.
Damn straight.
Anything else, skills-wise, or no, just good with your hands?
Not much else.
Omer utters a really long sentence in a language that probably none of you recognize. In this case, Arabic.
Odds are I probably would because I picked up the diplomat trait.
Oh, well, then
Okay.
you know exactly what he said. He's praying. That makes two of us.
I tell him in Arabic. A little bit late for that.
On the contrary, I'm sure that Allah will be with us promptly. Just one time, I'd like to do one of these where we don't have overlapping characters somehow. It's all right, though. Let's do this.
What, like coordinate? No.
Yeah, right. Or where we all don't read the briefing and immediately make more or less the same decisions. But that's just how it is.
That should only honestly be a problem for these first level missions. After that, everyone will already have a character, and so you won't have a choice in being overlapping.
That's one way to look at it. So I guess we are going to have to go ahead and start the mission at this point. What exactly is our mission? Because the briefing is really vague.
Your mission is essentially to provide security to this Dillian Harper and Associates. There are 12,
In other words, babysit.
Yes, there are 12 other sixes with you. Each of them have their own team leader. This happens to be your team.
God help you.
God help us all.
And yes, that does mean that the Union has sent 17 security personnel, presumably all expendable because all sixes, as Mr. Jack had stated.
So it seems like we're more or less on our own initiative.
You are more or less on your own initiative. You are supposed to follow instructions from Mr. Kovalchuk when that doesn't interfere with what Mr. Jack has told you.
I'm going to inform Mr. Kovalchuk that I believe we should perform a reconnaissance mission on the low-tech community that they sighted from orbit.
He says that I will take your suggestion under advisement, but we are to descend to drop point, begin our mission. When we proceed nearer to the low-tech community that has been sighted, you may take your team in if you feel that is best.
I think we should get a look at them immediately after we land, sir.
We will be too far away. This discussion is settled.
Understood.
Welcome being in middle management.
Does Omer have notice?
Nah.
Okay. I will let you roll a notice check anyways if you want. Or connect.
Let's try connect.
This would be with wisdom.
Got it. That is a 7.
That is a 7. Was anybody with Omer when he went to talk to Mr. Kovalchuk?
Don't think so.
I was assuming I called him to tell you the truth, but
Oh, okay.
I mean, I would say I think I would probably accompany him.
If you were calling him, would you say that this was from the same briefing room after you received your briefing? Is everyone else around, or was this a private call?
nope, nothing private about it.
Okay. Well then, I would let any one other character that has a notice. Actually, not any one other character. Any character that has a notice or connect, roll to assist.
Right. I have a +0 notice.
Okay, you can go ahead and roll. This is with wisdom again.
Aw.
All right. The call has ended.
Call cut tragically short.
Well, it was a the end of the conversation, as he put it. If there are no further inquiries or incidents, then you guys do reach the planet's surface in 2 separate shuttles, and are followed by a cargo lighter, which has those 3 ATVs. Those of you that have a heavy weapon with you can choose an ATV and set up on it.
Perfect.
Lovely.
Out comes the second machine gun.
So, with those of you not engaged in claiming a vehicle for our usage, please come with me. I'm going to try to find a vantage point and get a look around. I don't want any surprises.
All right.
Sure, I'll come with.
The scientists are, if you'll help them offload what little bit of equipment was sent down with the ATVs. Most of it was in the cargo container, but there was also some in the actual ATVs. You'll help them offload that, and they will let you use one of the other ATV, the one that's not being claimed by one of the 2 heavy weapons, for your recon.
I mean, Omer was going to more look for, like, a hill he could go stand on or something like that.
You're actually in plains at this time.
Okay. Is there a tree or anything we can get up on, or not so much?
There are trees scattered throughout these plains, and
A ridgeline, or really anywhere higher than average.
yeah, one not so far away. You probably wouldn't even need a vehicle to get there within, say, 15 minutes.
Great. So I guess we'll head over there with my fancy new binoculars, and
Alright.
whoever feels like coming along to do recon and is not busy securing their machine guns.
Why don't we
No
have
machine guns for me.
the characters that are not going to be going with Omer move out of the center of this map thing? So basically away
Well,
from the
if,
sunburst.
Right side
If
for
my gun doesn't take long, I'll go with them.
No, Or go ahead and put yourself in the sunburst if you go into the recon. Yeah, there you go.
Recon in the middle.
Basically, active group in the middle there.
Okie doke. So we're going to borrow the ATV for a minute and go get a look around.
All right. Do any of you have exert to justify climbing a tree?
I have exert, but I will not climb a tree.
Okay.
We're not going to climb the tree unless we have to climb the tree. If we can get a decent vantage without having to do anything ridiculous to do it, that's fine.
Not really. You are in the middle of a large extended flat plains.
Okay, but what if I stand on top of the car?
Oh, that's yes. If that is what you mean by a better vantage point, if that satisfies Omer for vantage point, then absolutely.
Well, we'll see what I can see from there. But
Okay.
that seems like the easier place to start.
Omer
So
does.
Omer has a pair of new, extremely fancy high-tech binoculars that he clearly does not really have any idea how to use. That he's going to go ahead and get up on top of the car with.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get a notice check from you. We'll use wisdom on this again.
He is happy to share the binoculars with anybody else who wants to use them.
Give them here. Because if you're all standing near the ATV anyway, I'm pretty sure it doesn't really matter if I'm elsewhere or not.
Okay, I'll hand Zoya the binoculars.
All right, I'll go ahead and pull myself out of the, I guess, turret sort of area where I was setting up the machine gun, and take a look around. So let's see. You said a notice check.
Mhm.
Okay. Wisdom based. Well, I don't have notice, but I do have wisdom, so should probably even out. Yeah.
You see plains really far out. In the far distance, there is a tree line, and that actually matches with the mapped route you've been provided.
Mm-hmm.
You are going to proceed towards that tree line over the course of a few days.
I guess I'll relay this to the others then.
Nothing remarkable besides the trees?
I give it another scan, but doesn't look like it.
There's
Well,
some hills and mountains in the opposite direction, but you're only barely seeing those. They are essentially at the very far range of the binoculars, which I imagine are at least several kilometers, if not hundreds of kilometers. I'm not entirely certain.
I'd assume at that point we're dealing more with like curvature of the planet issues.
That's
might
kind
be.
of that's kind of what I thought too.
These are TL4 binoculars, so you probably have all kinds of fancy vision modes on them.
Right.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and flip through like the heat vision and stuff and see if there are any like large animals that we can see in range that aren't too concealed by the grass.
Sure. There are some herd animals. You see bits of wildlife, plains type wildlife. The herd you see is probably buffalo-ish.
Hmm.
This planet's version of engineered buffalo or implanted buffalo.
So they're muffalo.
Let's not call them that.
It's RimWorld, Dex.
I know what it is, and it was terrible there too.
I mean, they could be beefalo if we wanted to do a different game.
Beefalo is better.
At the very
You
least,
say
they're
so.
buff-alike.
I mean, maybe the natives don't starve fans. We don't know. Well, okay. So if we're abundantly satisfied that there's nothing too exciting to see, Omer is going to go ahead and birdwatch while everybody else does all the work.
Well,
That's what we figured.
Your guys' jobs, once you've set up your heavy machine guns, are fairly simple. Your first 2 days pass without incident. The scientists, there are 6 of them. The scientists set up their equipment, do something over the course of the night. It runs over the course of the night and into the morning, and then they pack it up onto the ATVs. Some of them grumbling a little bit about the heavy machine guns, and you proceed across the planet. Not directly towards that tree line. You're taking a angled route towards it. Actually, sorry. I should say you're going more parallel to it right now. Your route is going to have you turn and head towards it on your next day.
Okay. Omer will leave all the soldiering to everybody else and try to make friends with the scientists and find out what they're doing.
Well, they are incredibly busy when they are busy. It takes them some time to set up their equipment over the course of the night. But let's go ahead and get a Charisma Connect check from you. See if Omer can break through that work ethic. That is certainly a good show from Omer. Roll my document back up to where I've got these people listed. So there's 6 on the crew. You've got survey leader Anton Kovalchuk, chief surveyor Juliet Hartlett, surveyor Iosef, surveyor Kirill, and the technician Robert and the technician Tamara. I'm not going to just copy paste all of them straight to you, but Omer learns that for the most part, they are happy to be doing this job ish. Either happy or just committed to it. There are some issues with some of them that may be withholding something from him. And I'm trying to think of a way for you to pick one of these people, get to know a little bit better, aside from just randomly rolling or letting you choose based on
Well,
their name.
obviously, I need to make friends with the survey leader.
Okay. After spending some time with the survey leader, do any of you mind if I just post this in universe discussion, knowing that only Omer is actually hearing it, as well
It's
as
all right. He
and
may share at some point.
okay. So, first thing that Omer learns about him is that he doesn't really want to talk about the equipment. He'll talk about that with his team as much as necessary, but talking about it with Omer, unless there's a legitimate need for it, it's just a nicety. He doesn't want to get into a intellectual discussion about it. That's
I mean, Omer doesn't really need to know the details of what they're doing. He just wants to know what they're doing. I understand it's a mineral survey, but he'd like to know a little better than that.
that's about what they know too. And survey leader Kovalchuk is probably the best source for that. He has the most information on that, but he's still fairly curt in that he tells Omer what he knows. Tells
And this
Omer
team, he apparently lost people from?
he
Did
is
he lose
not
them here
willing to
or
talk about
somewhere
that
else?
anymore.
Will he tell me if it was here or somewhere else?
It was somewhere else.
Okay, in that case, that sounds like a personal tragedy rather than something I need to know about. So that's fair.
Hmm.
Okay.
But was it just somewhere else on this planet?
No, it was legitimately at a different job. Or well, not at a different job. He was still with DHA at the time, but it was on a different assignment completely.
Fair enough. I think that's everything that I could reasonably ask this guy right now.
Okay. Um,
If I examine their equipment, does that tell me anything useful? To whatever extent I'm allowed to?
sure, and no roll needed. Um, the others among the crew are a little bit more willing to talk about it, especially the technicians. Um, but the gist of what Omer gets is it's just equipment that measures the minerals. It does all of the measurements for them, compiles the data, um, and there's some equipment for transmitting it up to the ship.
Is coring some kind of remote survey of rock strata using future technology? What?
Actually, you would know that a lot better than I would. I'm just going to go with the sci-fi explanation of they're doing something that gets information for DHA.
They're using extremely fancy future equipment to do geological surveys that ordinarily would take a really long time. Sounds good.
Yes, exactly. And they, from orbit, they had pinpointed a number of sites that they think would get them the best information, the best data, and mapped out where those stop in general, how to get to your route, so that if you leave at a certain time in the morning, you get close enough. Or if that location's not good enough, then just do some mild stuff overnight and then move on to the next one.
Okay. Okay. So nothing they're doing seems shady. It all makes more or less sense given the story we got told.
It does.
It also appears to be surprisingly non invasive, which Omer is relieved by.
Okay.
Not 100% sure, but he's pretty certain that would make them unpopular with the locals.
That is, yeah, he's exactly what you said.
Okay, well, until somebody who has a soldier thing to do, I think I'm done.
Give me a second.
Hey,
All right. On your second day of travel, you travel closer to that tree line. Um, those of you looking through binoculars, as the ATVs roll along, can see it much sooner than the others.
Is there any sort of wildlife?
Yeah,
Or is that okay?
yeah. There's just kind of what you would expect to be in a very typical temperate plains region.
Does it all look like stuff that was introduced from Earth, or is any of it native here?
It actually looks almost all introduced from Earth.
Hmm.
Nikolai's fascinated because he's been on SOS for so long.
Yeah, this is quite a change. You're
Very
outside
much
and you're
so.
not dead.
Yeah, like where's the bubble over my head protecting me from the burnings?
Yeah, and well, the sun probably is burning Nikolai a little bit.
Oh yeah, it's
boy.
probably warm. It's probably warmer here than it is inside the bubble.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And inside the bubble, you don't have to deal with UV rays.
Yeah, probably crisping up. No one
Unless
told
you
me
go
get
to get a
sunscreen.
tan in one of Sosa's famous tanning parlors.
They don't tan you; they just use
Nick,
dye.
well, Nikolai also probably couldn't afford that anyways.
Yeah, Omer is also from SOS and maybe could have. Um,
All right, as you get to the end of your second day, you are within a couple hundred meters of that tree line there. Could go and investigate it if you want. You were told, and this is the location that you were mapped out, that is where this low-tech community was located, but you weren't given any specific coordinates about it, just that it would be near enough that if anyone from that community came out to investigate you, they would be able to reach you within a couple of hours. As with all previous nights, the first thing that you are supposed to do is clear a perimeter. Just set up your bit of station. Make sure that there's nothing going on within a certain area, within a certain range of the equipment that they're setting up, as are doing the other two teams, or as the other two teams are doing.
All right. So I think we get a fairly traditional wagon circling thing going. The ATVs surrounding the camp. Maybe construct some makeshift firing positions around there too, and then patrol around and between those.
Okay, if you run any of that by Omer, he says, yes, that sounds like a good idea.
I was not planning on it, but okay.
If you just do it, he doesn't stop you.
Right, there we go then.
Alright, there's one ATV.
Personally, he's got no idea, so he's completely happy to let you guys work on your own initiative with that kind of thing.
There's your second ATV. I don't think I can make lines movable by you guys, but they're mostly just for comedy anyways.
They're beautiful.
Being that you're...
I equally set up a useful spot to get more coverage as well.
Okay, so you're creating firing positions?
Yep. Just picking at different locations, we get more coverage. So we're not like clumped up and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Was there any kind of briefing on like local customs or not really?
Nope, there was not.
Okay, Omer has contrived to fashion a white flag, which he is sitting very prominently under in an extremely visible spot.
Why is it?
All right. Why don't we go ahead and have anyone with a wisdom bonus or the notice skill go ahead and roll wisdom notice.
What was our notice person's actual wisdom modifier?
+0.
Okay, so it's all exactly the same.
Yeah, no, this would be everyone that has either a notice of 0 or better, or a wisdom of +1 can roll.
Okay.
Mediocre.
Okay.
What else you got? No one?
Killing it today with these average rolls.
Yeah,
Get
worse than average.
Get
I
them out of
had
the
to
way
open
now.
my mouth.
I mean, given my whole combat thing is entirely roll free, other than the damage, I don't see it mattering that much.
That's true. You do receive a message from Kovalchuk saying that because we are so close to natives, please be extra vigilant tonight. He expects that we will receive some visitors.
Omer sticks with his plan of being extremely visible and obviously peaceful, rather than actually trying to pay any attention to what's going on.
Okay. So who's got prepared firing positions?
Ooh, I do.
Why don't we move?
So, well, here's my dilemma: is that I can't really carry a gun. I can't have it ready without being slowed. I guess I might as well suffer the slowed penalty, but
what all are you carrying?
so do I have to have the backpack readied, or can I stow the backpack?
No, the backpack
Right.
has to be readied.
Okay, because that's part of my dilemma. I have my armor, which is 2 encumbrance. I have my my melee weapon, which is 1 encumbrance. And then let me see. The backpack for 1
You
encumbrance.
can
And
put your backpack in the car. You don't have to always carry the backpack.
oh, okay. Yeah, set it to other. Yeah, that's actually that's a good idea actually. And then I can yeah, I can make that work then. And I'll
And
have
then
my
you just
combat
assume
shotgun.
that everything in the backpack is also in the car.
Yeah, everything that's stowed is essentially. No, I guess some stowed stuff doesn't have necessarily be in the backpack.
So,
But
smaller stuff you can
I'll-
probably put on your like belt and stuff.
Well, yeah, some ammo and stuff. But stowage is not. I don't have any issues with my stowed. I have plenty of stowed storage.
So the other
Right.
2 teams do not have anyone that is skilled with heavy weaponry. Their team leaders have both agreed that because you've got 2 heavy gunners with you, then you can keep 2 of the ATVs in your perimeter rotation, and the other will be used for just scouting, surveying, doing quick movement from one place to another between anybody that needs it.
I will gladly and politely accept that suggestion.
One second. Sorry for that interruption there. Go ahead and move yourself to an ATV if that is where you're setting up for your watch. And if you are instead in a prepared firing emplacement, and put yourself on that very straight line right there. And that's
No. That's the
Oh, the
Parlay
straight
flag
line.
zone.
The straight line down here.
I thought you meant the hypotenuse.
Nope, that's the parlay flag zone.
Yep, that's the parlay flag zone. So Omer is very clearly visible. We've got one person sitting
I
in.
suppose I'm front line, so it might make more sense for me to just have this up there with my stun baton. I can control my stun baton instantly, so I'll be up there with Omer without any weapons drawn.
Okay.
Hey there, Kaplan, was it? Yeah. Maybe we should put like a noose or something in front of you so that if they come up to stab you, they can get yanked up into one of these trees or something.
Oh, well, that seems very hostile, but I guess you could put some noise-making devices of some kind out there, or perimeter alarms. We're really trying to create a good impression on the locals.
So, do we already see the locals, or we're just hanging out waiting for them?
I've been told to expect the locals, so I intend to greet them in the finest traditions of Sosian hospitality. I have here, and Omer will gesture at his trade goods, a number of things they might find interesting and useful to have, with which I am hoping to avoid trouble.
Have fun.
Is anybody setting up any kind of traps or alarms?
Not really my forte.
What do we have for stuff like that?
I'm really not good at.
You can probably get some spare parts and things from the scientists, as long as somebody can convince them that it's nice. As long as someone can convince them that it is necessary this night when it wasn't in previous nights.
All right.
I mean, I am our talking man.
All right. What's
So
your
if you
actual
suggest it-
talk? What's your talk?
Talk of 0.
Talk +1 with a charisma bonus and diplomat. Just
All
saying.
right.
Oh.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, so you picked up diplomat as well.
Yeah. Like I said, I would love to do one of these where we don't overlap. I went all in on we're not fighting anybody if I can help it type of stuff.
I didn't want to double up on taking to combat.
Here's the quick
Okay.
question: what if they just don't speak Russian?
It doesn't matter. We speak everything with diplomat.
Is that how it worked?
Unless they
It
speak like a
is
tribe.
for
All
this
the
session.
languages common to the sector.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
So if
actually,
they don't speak
as
anything,
a more recent adjustment, I made a list of which languages diplomat actually gets, which are considered common to the sector. The others are just sector known. But like I said, for this session, yeah, you just know all those 15 languages. It's fine.
Okay.
In
All
the
right.
event that doesn't work, I do have a question about translator dorks.
What's that?
I know that they work for they're tuned to one language.
Mhm.
Does it matter if I guess you'd have to have both languages dialed in now.
Yeah, they're tuned to 2 languages.
Mhm.
Are they tuned to 2 languages? Okay, then never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the 2 languages they can translate to and from.
Okay, well then I guess I have a translator torque that translates from Russian to Russian.
You can change
It's
one of
it's
those.
Hold on.
It's a no.
Or-
It
or does
translates
it-
from one dialect of Russian to a slightly different dialect of
I
Russian.
guess it's
Same
it's the
dialect of
slang.
Russian.
It's like the Russian with slang that you don't speak.
all right. So I'm going to try to talk the scientists into loaning us some stuff we can use for alarms. Then.
Moscow to St. Petersburg translator.
That's gonna be a talk charisma.
Okay, that's real bad. But I noticed there's a 1 there, and I have diplomat. Is this
Okay.
related to negotiation or diplomacy?
I would say it's diplomacy.
Okay. Rerolling the 1. Now it's 6, so that ends up becoming a 10.
Okay. Yeah. The resistance was. There we go. Resistance was coming from Juliet Hartlett. She doesn't really want to expend any of their supplies for Union security, but she is. You're able to convince others to back her down and get some supplies.
I respectfully acknowledge her concerns and explain that although it is certainly Union security to which she will be contributing these vital supplies, it is also her own personal security vis-a-vis the fact that we don't know how hostile the natives are, and they're probably not going to discriminate between scientists and us.
So I have a question.
Hold
If
your
you
question.
talk, no, it's an important question. If you talk
Okay.
too much at a person, do you take penalties to your role?
It depends on that person's personality. In Juliet's case, maybe. In the survey leader's case, absolutely. But in this case, the roll was high enough that Omer would have recognized that boundary. And further in this case, it was actually the technicians that are managing that equipment. Robert clearly has an interest in helping you guys with whatever it is that will keep him alive. He seems to harbor some fears here. And the other technician, Tamara, who seems to be on the same page as Omer about some of the things that are happening here or that he was concerned about. She shared the concerns about um, spoiling this landscape or doing anything invasive here. And so it was those two that helped to convince Juliet that yes, just give them the equipment they need because they're helping us do our job with as little interference as possible and as much safety.
So I'm gonna, rather than collecting anything myself, have brought whoever actually wanted the supplies with me to pick stuff out.
Okay.
All right. I assume that's probably going to be Zoya, since I don't know if any other people here have fix.
No.
Yeah, that's Zoya then.
Okay.
If you want extra muscle to haul stuff back, I'd volunteer.
So, Mr. Zoya, I think you have the run of the place, as it were.
So I do. Yeah, I'll go ahead and take this and start setting up some I guess we'll go with fairly straightforward tripwires and stuff that can trigger some sound making alarms of sorts.
Okay. Are you trying to get fancy with it and do a silent alarm that simply notifies you guys by compad, or are you just going audible alarm?
Audible alarm.
Okay, no check needed.
I will also try to figure out how to toggle my binoculars into night vision mode, then probably having failed, hand them to Nikolai, who may know how to do that.
Okay, alright. You were able to find a mode that turned everything dark.
That was definitely the wrong setting.
Yes, you were not able to get it off of that setting, unfortunately.
You put the cap back on for some reason.
No. He's not that incompetent with them.
Are you
knows
sure?
a lot of, yes, he probably knows a lot about how they work technically.
And yes, your whoever you hand them off to is able to pull up the thermal vision for the binoculars. Occurred to me that I should really turn my documents here into PDF so that I can just use the arrows to go up and down instead of the arrows moving a cursor. Thoughts for next time. Alright, your trip alarms are set, and you're proceeding into the night. This camp was struck about midday, so they actually reached the specific location that they wanted to be. Going further would have, of course, traveled them further, but that was not the point. This was a sweet spot for their surveying work. And so when I say further into the night, I mean towards evening. Sun is just starting to touch the bottom of itself along the vast plains. You can see the glowing waves of amber taking on a surreal hue from the sun, and you also see something moving in those glowing waves of amber, like something is shuffling towards you from them. How about everybody make me a notice check just to see who sees this?
Notice wisdom or intelligence?
Notice with wisdom, please. It is
One of
not
these
or luck.
days.
Wisdom.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you expected, Dex. This is just what you get when you ask people to roll.
Later on, it'll
Not
come
where
in
I want
handy.
to
I'm
invoke
sure.
being an expert, really. So I think I won't, but
Okay, well, fortunately, this was not a roll to notice them. This was just a roll to see who has the highest and notices them, which is Zoya.
Hooray.
Zoya is the first to see that there appears to be some kind of movement. It's a little bit to your left. It is outside of camp, and outside your perimeter. And it is not directly between you and the tree line.
Right. I'll tap into the comms and say we've got movement. We've got movement just outside our perimeter.
That movement is coming towards you,
Approaching parallel?
approaching to you, and what you see next kind of defies expectation.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, funny, somebody made an Earthbender joke earlier. It's like the
A
Earth
badger mole.
is rising from from the plains, from the wheat, the grass, and sculpting itself into golem-like persons. Um, it is shades of jade, clay, and green as it rises up and moves towards you on look like legs. And stop me at any point if any of you are taking immediate action, or just let me keep going if you're just watching. As these constructions from the earth. Sorry, was that something?
Oh, well, I was gonna say I was a trigger song. I do have the precog thing.
Okay.
This might be a really bad idea given the whole no psychics thing, but I kind of want to just do like precog, like basically what, because I can only do 1 minute into the future. But this is within 1 minute moving towards this, right?
Yeah, at the speed that they're going and the distance at which they seem to appear, they will reach you in a minute.
Okay, so I guess basically I just want to use the precog to see what happens if we take no action.
Let me refresh myself on that real quick.
So let me see.
And this is the core
Precogs,
technique,
eh?
Oracle.
Yeah, Oracle. Yeah, I'm just level 0, so I can't do anything too fancy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, basically just confirm that they're not going to open up with hostile intent is my goal there.
Okay.
Which it may ironically trigger for all I know, but I do work for a union. If they're disregarding it, I'm disregarding it.
I think that's a reasonable use. It is vague, so I will tell you that it is, of course, only one possibility. And as a precog player, that is something that's important to understand. Is that the more vague you go, the more I, as a GM, am allowed to kind of stretch for narrative purposes.
Yeah, well, I guess inaction is always going to be kind of vague.
I consider that kind of vague. If you were to ask what happens if you fire upon them, then
by the way, that has been my primary thought of using it is like if I fire on something. But in this case, I don't know if that's going to be. Though, I mean, I guess that could be interesting information. But no, I'm just going to choose inaction on this one.
Okay.
If we don't do anything. Because I think that's essentially what we're planning to do at this point, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is. Another moment here. Okay. Okay, so who are we talking to here? This is Nikolai Orlov.
Mm-hmm.
Nikolai peers into the future. Go ahead and commit your effort. Under the question of what happens if I stand here and do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
This is, of course, specific to Orlov and is trying to take into account other actions. Nikolai sees a glimpse into the near future of what look like riflemen, just regular men with rifles and bull helmets, green bull helmets. If Nikolai has any historical knowledge, and I'm just giving this to
Probably.
you guys for your own visual reference. They would look like World War II soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
He sees them stabbing at his comrades with bayonets, and his comrades near him smashing at them with stun batons. Actually, I think it was Orloff that had the stun baton, wasn't it?
It was part of the package, so we should
Yeah.
we have it.
Oh,
Part of the
okay,
fixed
right,
package.
right. So
The only other person immediately nearby is the completely unarmed Omer.
um,
Yeah, is
and
Omer getting beat?
well,
Or so we're just dead already.
we'll say that he sees some blood across his own uniform, and it feels like that was probably Omer's.
Okay.
So the immediate
And that's a
takeaway here. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say you mentioned that this is a distinct possible future kind of deal, but it's not necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's still enough. I think Nikolai has grown to respect his intuition. Though this is when I find out that there's no psychics because everything does the opposite of what you. It's a psychic opposite planet.
It's opposite day.
But
Oh.
yeah, I kind of felt like I'm just gonna like startle and pull out my shotgun and ready it.
Okay.
Mr. Nikolai,
I
do they want to talk or do they not want to talk? I feel like they don't want to talk.
I feel like they don't want to talk.
Okay, I'll be taking cover
Light 'em
over
up.
here.
All right.
And I
So
suppose before long then they do come into view because like I'm seeing them before they actually come into fully into view, right?
Well, you're all seeing them as they form from this growing mound of earth into what look like walking golems. They're physically shaping more and more human-like as they approach you.
No machine gun fire.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
All right.
taking cover, Omer's going to alert everybody that we should expect that there is going to be a problem here in a moment.
well, it sounds like one of us is already opening fire, so I'm
Yeah.
sure they'll know.
All
I
right.
need to anticipate my instructions. It's fine.
Was that Spice over there saying that he's opening fire?
Yep.
Okay. Are you just taking a shot at one of them, or are you going suppressive?
I'll go suppressive. Big gun. Lots of bullets.
Okay. Go ahead and mark out the ammo and roll damage.
I believe that's 8 damage then.
Some really good damage.
It is really good damage. Boris has a good bead on these targets. Of course, they seem a little bit larger, or broader, I should say, than your normal human target that he'd be firing at. But those that are closer and can see these more clearly, despite the I guess they are coming kind of from the way I described the planes. They're kind of coming from where the direction the sun is setting. Um, those that are closer and can see them, the bullets are passing through them, and like shooting into mud, there's a splash outwards, and then that splash, the mud that splashes out, curls back towards them and seals up that hole.
Okay.
They seem
Goddamn fucking psychics.
We're fighting the thing.
They seem to form faster, and now you are seeing the distinct outline of a rifle forming between two arms, and you're seeing the helmet that I previously described to Meowkin, and eventually they're no longer green. They turn into flesh and camo colored men with rifles.
Great.
Freaky.
Um, this all occurs over the course of a few more seconds, and you guys can absolutely fire at them during this formation. Go ahead and just, if you think it's in character, mark off a couple extra rounds. You don't really have to worry about normal ammo on this, but you probably do have to worry about heavy ammo.
What's the range here?
They are, by the time they finish forming up, they're 15 meters from you.
Okay,
Right.
so they're in short, at least long range for the shotgun.
Yes, I believe so.
All right.
10 seconds.
But we can see pretty quickly that they're immune to bullets, I guess.
While they are green and goopy, yes, they are very clearly not being affected by the bullets.
Okay.
I still want to put a shotgun in, so I'm just, to be safe. Let me see, what's the long range modifier here? I've never actually shot anything at long range.
Doing the initiative rolls.
We are doing the initiative rolls.
Oh, right, you can do slug rounds. Oh, well, it's too late now.
You do need to click your icon before you roll your initiative.
Yeah, it's a little frustrating, but
It's
it is what
finicky.
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in the time
Wait a
every-
second. Green, goopy, rifleman. Are these toy soldiers?
Mm-hmm.
Not when they finish forming. They look human.
Yeah, but they still formed out of looking into. Yeah, okay. No, I'm still gonna say the toy soldiers.
When we find out we're on the set of Toy Story 4.
And of course, now I have that song stuck in my head.
No, what was the
I'm thinking of the same movie, and I can't remember the name of it either. The one with
yeah. So it's
the mutants, the armor
action,
men come to life and they have to fight. Yeah.
yeah. The action figures versus the army men.
Oh, I know the movie you're talking about. Fuck, what was that called?
Let's say Small Soldiers. I'm going to check with the internet.
Small
I
soldiers
think it
sounds
was
right.
Small Soldiers. Man, that's a callback.
Yep, it is.
Nice.
All right.
Are they coming in from the
Yeah, that's what it
flag
was.
area, or
That
I
was
figured the perimeter was more towards the vehicles.
They are. I just that's just where I happened to put them when I was setting up for the GM portion of this.
Okay.
Don't worry about exact positioning there. The only reason that there are even tokens are to display my wonderful art prowess.
Yeah, it's really good, Dex.
Yeah, I didn't actually draw any of that. I just put
Okay.
it all together from other people's work.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Demonetized.
No, actually, I have all rights to the icons, and I asked the guy whose frames I'm using and modifying if I could use them for commercial purposes, and he gave me like the actual legalese blurb of yes, you have permission. So I'm all set.
Oh well, monetized.
The only asset on here that is putting me at any risk is the picture for Omer.
Good job, Omer.
I'm the best.
Yeah.
You single-handedly demonetized the stream.
It's okay. I get $2.50 a month when my friend remembers to renew his Amazon Prime subscription.
Admittedly, that's not a lot of revenue sharing to be doing if the artist objects. So in the time during which everybody else was potentially able to shoot at the rifleman, what was the heaviest, biggest thing I could get behind?
Probably the ATV.
I do that.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Bless you. Well, those of you that have tried to fire at them after the heavy machine gun seemed to pass right through them. Have you marked off the ammo?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go ahead and start off in order then. Zoya, you've just seen several rounds from the heavy machine gun as well as various other rifles and shotguns and weaponry seems to pass through them.
Have they finished forming, I guess?
They have finished forming. They no longer look like they're moving sluggishly and are now aiming their rifles at you guys.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and give it one more try with suppressive fire. So all
Okay.
these guys.
All right. So go ahead and roll, and let me look back again at what's set up for you. They do not get a save for 0 damage because they have no cover.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Remind me, does suppressive fire say round down or round up?
I
I can't.
don't know if it does. Usually in these things, I'd say round down, but that might be my D&D experience talking.
The 5e, yeah.
Yeah,
I was under the impression that stars without number always rounded up.
no, I actually
know
had
they
that
do that
conversation
for.
in the Discord. There's no set assumption for that. Some things are
Okay.
round up and some things are round down.
Okay.
Everything's automatically hit for half normal damage. Yeah, it doesn't
My
say.
frame of reference is for like Ironhide, where
Well,
it says
I
round
mean,
up.
there-
I'm not too worried about it.
heavy weapons that could roll a 1 on suppressing fire? Because then you just need to decide what you want that to do.
That
was a real question.
Oh yeah,
So suppressive
I'm not
fire
answering that
is
right now.
double damage, is double ammo. Everyone not under hard cover is automatically hit for half normal damage, and successful evasion saving throw eliminates this damage.
Oh, that's why it doesn't say anything for suppressive fire, is because well, it still says half damage because suppressive fire is normal half damage.
But this is everyone that's in front of the target, in front of the gun.
Right.
So that's the trade-off here. It doesn't say round up, doesn't say round down.
Yep. No worries. This time those bullets do pierce through them and leave gaping wounds. You see blood flowing from these riflemen, and they're legitimately staggering. They are acting like you would expect a human who's just been had his side blown out or his arm blown off by a massive heavy machine gun round to react.
Seems solid. Well, it seems solid enough now. Open fire.
Ruslan. They are still technically coming at you. Some of them are trying to aim a rifle at you, but are having difficulty having lost an arm.
After my first 2 shots had failed, I basically just gave up on the shotgun entirely, and I'm moving towards them with clenched fists.
Okay.
I was under the impression they were still 15 meters away, which means they're out of range.
Yes, they would be out of range for a normal attack there.
Okay.
Do you want to move right up next to them, or what
I'll
kind
move
of
up
distance?
a little bit.
Oh. I think a shout out and says that's a terrible idea. Noting the huge gun I'm holding and pointing at the rifleman.
Yeah, but that's a limited resource. Fists are unlimited.
No, this is like because the gun's indiscriminate.
Now, I'd like to point out that your fists are not unlimited. They can be shot off just as well as these guys can.
Either way, I wasn't going to move any further forward than the front of the vehicles.
Okay.
Where
And
the
we'll
guns
assume
are.
that Ruslan is competent enough to not put himself directly between them and the guns.
It's just
How
if
about
anything
we,
gets here, they won't get much further.
How about we do flanking maneuvers around them?
Yeah, that's basically what I'm assuming Ruslan does. How about Boris?
Big gun, lots of targets. Gotta do suppressive fire on the whole lot of them again.
Okay.
Still pretty decent.
And with
I'll
that,
mark off 2.
those that were trying to continue their assault on you, trying to continue their advance on you, crumple under the sustained machine gun fire from both Zoya and Boris.
Oh, do they not get saves?
Oh,
Well,
that's
so
right.
technically
My
they
bad.
do, regardless.
They do. They do get a save.
Right. It's Zoya's thing that it's just no saves.
Yep, my bad. Sorry, let me actually open them up here then.
Oh. So that was a new heavy weapons thing that he's doing, trying out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Lulu asked for a unique gift because apparently he hates all the other foci in the book.
I do. They're not very
Wow.
good decks.
Wow, harsh. Also, I should have checked the campaign companion because bounty hunter would be kind of interesting for.
One of them is still standing. Bam!
Cool. One for me to finish off then,
One for you to finish off.
unless I miss.
Unless you miss.
I'm gonna walk into shotgun normal range and blast it.
Roll.
Burst. Yeah, might as well burst, right?
Sure.
Can you burst with shotguns?
Combat shotgun you can.
Yep.
Wow.
If you're a warrior, you can auto hit.
Nah, I'm not a full warrior.
That
Remember, I'm a
actually
psychic.
misses.
Gosh dang, that was max damage too.
The riflemen get a turn.
Well, rifle man.
And you just walked into shotgun range. That's 10 meters, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
I thought they had rifles.
They do. They certainly do.
Yeah, so that's a little less scary.
The rifleman continues to advance while aiming at Nikolai. Seems to be more or less ignoring the other fire, although he's flinching, but he's soldier ignoring it. He's soldiering through it. And lines up a shot on Nikolai as he's pumping his shotgun for a second
And
round.
Misses
Fires.
horribly. And misses horribly.
Nope.
Nope. But I'm not down.
Oh, did you roll a 7 for hit points?
I have 8 hit points because I have Die Hard. I have Die Hard.
Gotcha.
Die
So I
Hard
think I
just
rolled-
saved you.
Yeah, I rolled like 4 for hit points. And it's like, oh, I had +4. Nice.
Oh dear.
All right.
That's why I was a little less afraid being up front, though. If it was a shotgun, though, I'd be much more terrified.
Well, Omer has had a chance to watch this across the or around the side of the ATV.
Yeah, if he wants my pistol, I left it on the dash of the ATV.
Noted. So, just from a perspective of intellectual curiosity, the now dead riflemen, what's going on with them?
They are writhing in pain, or appear to just have been hit in a manner that killed them instantly.
Okay, so apart from the one who's apparently channeling the soul of Audie Murphy, they don't look like they're getting up.
They do not look like they're getting up.
Right, what the hell? I'll grab the pistol. I have to add a pistol here. What kind of pistol is it?
So yeah, just a laser pistol.
Oh, at least it's a laser pistol. It'll
That's good
offset
news,
some of the
actually.
penalties. Yeah.
It's only -1 to hit, I think.
Don't hit Nikolai.
They'll be fine. Probably.
We'll find out. I strongly suspect this will be really disappointing, but what the hell?
It's not disappointing because it really meets expectations.
Yeah, there's no
Mhm.
disappointment here at all. All right, laser
I will
blast.
also, while I'm sitting there, firing a laser pistol terribly, come up the other security teams and tell them that we have people here.
You hear. Well, I probably should have mentioned this already. My apologies.
Not just us.
You heard gunfire at about the same time as gunfire erupted from you guys.
Understood.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean none of the other groups even considered parley?
I tried, y'all.
Yep.
You did try.
That's great. All
The
right.
way I'm running this is they are more or less going to reflect what you guys do. If one of you guys goes down, one of them goes down. Even if you get back up. So your performance sets the standard for their performance.
Great. Perfect.
Lulu.
Zoe's gonna go ahead and reach right down into her. I guess what would you call this turret seat?
The gunner seat.
Yeah, or she reaches down to the gunner seat and pulls out her combat rifle, and then just goes ahead and fires a burst round at this last soldier.
Okay. Bullet. That hits and puts him on his back. A clean shot straight through. Lulu, you want to describe it?
Oh yeah, she literally did, like I said, reach down, pull gunner sheet, and just one-handed fires a burst of fire that just strikes this guy with multiple bullets, and he just drops after several of them pierce him in sequence.
Okay. You hear gunfire continue on for a few more seconds at the from the other teams, but it disperses before you're able to get over there. You also get reports back from the other team leaders. Situation under control.
All right. I'm going to give Boris back his pistol, I guess, and go examine the remains of the rifleman, if it appears to be remotely safe to do it.
I would like to requisition one of those lifts, by the way.
I'm gonna go ahead and hop down next to our glorious leader. Quotations ? And make sure he doesn't get himself killed.
Well,
The lift is probably in the back of one of the ATVs if somebody else wants to apply it, or Omer can in a minute.
Safe is at your own definition. There is still sound coming from them. They sound like wounded men that are in pain.
Right. Well, that is not ideal then, but still.
Unsettling.
Well, go ahead and try talking to them.
I think we might be past the point of having a civilized conversation. I'm more interested in where they came from.
That's what I mean. Talk to them.
Oh, you don't understand. These don't even match the description of... It doesn't make any sense for these men to be here looking like this.
They were golems 5 seconds ago. I don't expect them to look like anything.
Right. It makes even less sense that... You know what? Clearly you and I are just not going to have very interesting conversations. I go ahead and examine the soldiers.
Okay. Well, as the two of you do approach, you hear one of them seems to be chanting or saying something in as much of a sing-song voice or cadence as he can. It sounds...
Shoot that man.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to politely ask, was it Zoya who came over here too?
Mm-hmm.
Should come over as well.
If he was going to ask her to shoot her, or ask her to shoot him, she already did.
Why don't you go ahead and move? Whoever is over there investigating, move over to the rifleman.
Quick question: Who was it that had the medic kit?
That was Omer.
Omer, the supplies are probably in one of the ATVs.
All right, I was gonna help myself with one of the lifts.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I see to double check the rules on the lift.
Okay.
I'll find it.
Before that man is praying, Those of you with a soldier background might recognize this sounds kind of like a battlefield prayer.
Mm-hmm.
And those of you with diplomat can catch faint strains of spacer in his language, but you can't understand what he's saying.
Right. I mean, at this point, I having, it's okay that he gets shot.
Yeah, he just got shot.
That
So-
wouldn't cause me to stop him from being shot. Put it that way.
And oh wow, well there you go, fully healed. What are you looking for inspecting these soldiers?
Well, the prayer was really interesting, but overall, I'm looking for things that don't belong on 20th century soldiers.
Things that don't belong on 20th century soldiers?
Yeah,
Do we know about 20th century soldiers?
Omer probably does.
Why don't you go ahead and give me an int no roll?
Oh, that's solid.
These are very convincing, but there are some details that are imperfect. For one, they all appear to be generals, based on their rank, their insignia, their medals.
A lot of generals. Maybe generals are lowest rank here.
Generally a bad idea.
You're banned. um, and there are other imperfections, but those things that are accurate are presented really well. The cloth feels very, very real, even though you just saw it form from what looked like some kind of jade clay.
Well, you know who I bet would recognize these guys immediately is Johnny, because I have a strong suspicion here that probably wouldn't occur to Omer.
Yeah.
Okay, do they have anything else unusual on them?
Well, they do. After less than 30 seconds of actually being able to inspect them, I need Nikolai Orlov to make me a mental save. And everybody over there by the rifleman, see them start turning into a kind of green dust. They are discorporating before your eyes.
And I collect some of the dust.
You certainly can.
Make an active effort to do so because I'm bringing it to the scientists.
Okay.
I wonder if the mental save was because I got shot.
Let's go ahead.
It does seem like the most likely thing because I'm guessing whatever's in you is dissolving in you.
Yeah.
Go ahead and get a exert dex check from Omer.
Why are you like this?
Because it's funny.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There is so much of it, and you are right next to them, that I can't reasonably say that Omer gets none.
You trip and fall on it.
He does collect some dust in what he scrambles for being the best container he has accessible to him. And give me a moment to refresh myself on what happens over there to Nikolai. Meowkin, Nikolai feels like something is drawing from him. Something is trying to drain away or pull at his essence, and it's like if I were to use an analogy to describe it, it would be like if gravity had suddenly increased threefold, but the gravity was only affecting his soul, his essence, and not his physical being.
That's deep.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's. But I'm not sure what to make of that. I mean, how often do you feel your soul try to be pulled from your body?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's an unusual thing. You see, souls aren't normally affected by gravity. Mostly, it's just the strong nuclear
Has-
force.
Has science determined has they proven the existence of a soul yet?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's made of at least one quark, and
No, the soul weighs 21 grams. They did an experiment in 1907.
yeah, yeah. The souls are actually dark matter. You see, so the reason the universe is actually a lot more massive than it appears to be with normal matter is that it's mostly made up of souls.
All those dead
They're
people.
just
Jam
Yeah.
packed full of soul.
yeah.
There's a link to the experiment. I wasn't joking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
it-
definitely
Oh,
see
yeah.
that later.
I've heard of it.
Uh,
It was a
Based on
really
that,
nutty thing.
yeah, based on that experiment, dogs don't have a soul.
hmm Which we know is false
All right, you guys have
because all dogs go to heaven.
a bag or container of some sort with some of this green dust in it.
I'm going to bring it to the scientists.
Who are
Anybody
presumably awake by now.
anybody who is still looking at the rifleman sees the impressions that their bodies left in the grass as they fell. But you don't see any of the blood that sprayed out of them. There's no sign of them or the dust that they discorporated into anywhere except presumably in Omer's bag.
I'm inclined to
Okay.
think Nikolai's not going to share that weird experience because he really wouldn't know how to vocalize that, and that would just be weird, you know. It's like, I don't know. Yeah, how do you bring that up? You know, it's like,
Yeah.
if my soul is feeling gravity.
Yeah, I think
No,
most people would just.
he'd be considered crazy, right?
Well, no, I think we'd all assume he just has like PTSD from being shot, which is fair.
I'm going to give the binoculars to Zoya before I go and
He's
Right.
been shot. He's been shot before.
see if you
That's
can find somebody
not
who might have
unusual.
been commanding those things.
He-
I go find
Yeah,
who this is.
that's
He's
what I was
actually-
actually planning to do. So
He's-
perfect.
He's survived a number of surprising situations, so
Yeah.
Let me,
Yeah,
focus
now that
over
we're
on
done with
Omer.
the rifleman, I'll come.
I'm sorry, real quick. What was that, Spice?
The rifleman I dealt with, I'll go and check in on Nikolai and see how he's doing.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
doing great with that lift.
Stick with the guns for a bit.
Yeah, let me focus the scene on Omer real quick.
Mhm.
Omer walks back over to the camp. Yes, the scientists are very alert and they're taking refuge against various pieces of very expensive equipment. Based on his connections with them earlier, the most likely to to really be able to shed any light on what he's got are the surveyor Kirill, who is experienced just because he's old, he's ready to retire, and he's generally in a good mood. Or Tamara, who is more hocusy pocusy nature lovey. Well, not hocusy pocusy nature lovey, but shares those ideological concerns about spoiling this planet. Does Omer want to approach one or the other, or try and collect them both? Hello, can anybody hear me?
Yeah,
No.
okay.
I'm waiting for Omar.
Just making sure. I've had those Discord issues in the past, and I still have PTSD from them.
I remember when we tried using Roll20, and somehow it's like some of us couldn't hear the others. It was like, what in the world? It made no
Yeah.
sense.
That was
Roll20 has some issues.
that was a bear to set up. It was. All right. We may have lost Aura links for a minute. Aura, if you are speaking, we can't hear you. You have to drop out of the call and pop back in. until Aura comes back. Was there a scene between? I think it was Boris that went over to Nikolai, right?
Yes, I wanted to go in and check up on him.
Spicy, glad to be alive makeouts. That's what I'm guessing.
That may
That's fair
be.
enough.
Did you want to roleplay out a scene where you talk to each other, or was it just a general "we're going to talk and make sure everything's okay"?
Yeah, it was just that general go talk, make sure he's patched it up well.
Yeah, so I'm feeling great. Lyft does its job, does work.
Lifts your spirits.
That's horrible.
Well,
I've had worse.
we're about 10 minutes away from when I would call for a break. Do you guys want to take a quick early break? Let Orlinks have a chance to get back in here?
Yeah, that sounds fair.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay. So, are you okay with just a 10-minute break?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Yep,
Come on back
works for
at
me.
1 p.m. Pacific.
Alrighty.
A nice even number.
Yes, I like it.
But now, if you're sticking around, Dex, I think based on what heavy weapons can actually do, they're not, other than the suppress fire, which only they get, obviously, they're not really. I mean, they actually, at least for the heavy machine gun, it actually does less damage than a lot of the normal weapons.
Except
When
you don't need to worry
suppress.
about things surviving.
All right, let me pop back onto our screen. We're a little bit past the 10 minutes, but I hear that well, I've been hearing that we've got Aura.
Yeah, I was just going to go make some tea while you handled everybody else, but that works too.
All right, Omer, did you hear anything I said about which members of the survey crew would be best to talk to?
No.
Okay, so
I am going to assume that since Robert seems to want to be helpful generally, he's probably the right guy to talk to here.
that's an option. However, there may be better. Surveyor Kirill is ready to retire and generally happy. It's the ready to retire part that gives him a leg up. He's been doing this for a very long time. Or Tamara, who shares the same ideological concerns about spoiling this land as Omer has expressed.
Those concerns are not presently relevant. What I want is somebody who can run spectroscopy on this or use some other sort of science device to determine what it is.
Okay.
So really, I'm looking for whoever is their materials person, which might be Carol. I don't know.
Yeah, he is a surveyor as opposed to a technician, so he'd be more familiar with the actual results of any data that received.
Yeah, I want the person who is actually a geologist or, the closest equivalent they've got.
Okay.
Find out
Yeah.
what this stuff is.
That's going to be Kirill. The other surveyor is very young, mid-20s. Kirill is very old.
I will go see Surveyor Carol.
Omer comes over and Kirill greets him. Says, that was
So if you-
scary. I'm glad to see you still walking.
You and me both. I have this. I hold up my bag of green powder.
Okay. What do you think Omer had on him to capture that powder?
I'm going to say he had a canteen.
Okay.
It's plausible.
He
I'll pour it up.
he sees the canteen raise up. You love a good drink.
No. Sorry. Let me be clear. Can you get some microscope slides or whatever you use as preparation for material testing.
Oh,
This came out of our attacker.
oh, sure, yes. Out of your attacker. Sounds very strange. He gets some equipment ready.
Something unusual is clearly going on here. I'd like to know what this stuff is, and I will get some out for him to prep his samples.
He sets out a tray for you to pour it into, and when you go to pour it from the canteen, nothing comes out.
Thing on the canteen.
Yep, it sounds like a canteen.
Now look into the canteen.
Well, it's hard to see inside because of how narrow the opening is and all the light, but with some adjustment, it doesn't look like there's anything inside the canteen. It's dry.
Okay, apparently I don't have any samples for you, which is a surprise.
Not a welcome one.
You were sure you didn't, you know? And he tips his hand back in the drinking motion.
No, there was only water in here. Believe me, I'd be having a much more entertaining time if I were.
Yeah. Well, come around tonight. I may have some extra for fellow men of science here.
Well, let me describe the thing to you at least. You seem like you are my best bet for figuring out what went on. Some kind of greenish material, powdery, seemed to be slowly but surely being sculpted into our assailants, possibly incorporating other materials nearby. Immediately, it put me in mind of nanites, which is why I tried to take samples.
Nanites.
Right.
Tis as crazy as any theory floating around.
Really, my question was going to be, why is it green? But
He gives a hearty laugh and says, "Well, obviously because it is called the Jade Curse."
the Jade Curse?
He sobers up a little and nods. Yeah, that clearly name came after activity.
Sounds as if that was in your briefing and not mine. Explain.
Ah, Union did not give you a complete planetary profile. I am not surprised. Yes, Kovalchuk was informed of a few local issues and shared with myself. I don't go spreading around. Some of the other crew here are a little bit more flighty.
All right. So, what is it? Or do you know?
Do not know. Only that
Okay.
there are unexpected attacks from nowhere and from strange beings. Sometimes sometimes they look like ancient history. Sometimes they look like fantasy.
Little of both in this case.
Yeah. Yes, the strangest tale I heard was a gigantic fire-breathing lizard.
Ha! Well, then I suppose we were lucky. These were just soldiers. Although they were all generals.
Ah!
Let's hope they don't combine the two.
Well, thank you. That's something to go on, anyway.
I said that, and Dex immediately goes silent to take notes.
Are you aware of any correlation with these attacks and, say, proximity to native settlements?
No, Kovalchuk had little enough information himself.
Fair enough. Can you perhaps see if anybody else has heard anything? I'll come speak with you later. We'll have a drink.
I'll ask around, if you want to see if any, or... Oh no, maybe best I talk. Like I said, don't go spreading this around.
No, I don't think I will. I am going to find out what the other teams saw, though. Excuse me.
Yes, of course.
Go do that.
Okay. Well, you find that the other teams and anyone else that wants to accompany Omer at this part of it, more than welcome to. If you are present in this, go ahead and put yourself right there in the middle of the starburst.
I
And
may as well go with them.
okay. And what you hear from the other teams is that they experienced the same event that you did. Goopy things rising from the earth and slowly forming into what looked like men bearing rifles. At which point, they started firing. One of the teams said that they waited until they heard fire coming from someone else, and then somebody opened fire on their side without orders. Um, to the same general effect as you witnessed.
Did they all come from the west?
They actually came from apparently surrounding your camp here. They report.
I asked if any of the men who attacked them seemed to be praying.
Um, no. Team C or Charlie Team um, says that some of the men were shouting at them in uh, kind of a guttural spacer, is what they say.
Well, that matches sort of with what we had happen.
Yeah. Uh, Someone else disagrees and said it wasn't spacer, because it was clearly something else. That basically they confirmed that they couldn't understand it either. And they also confirm the same as you experienced, that uh, after several seconds, after anywhere from 20 to 60 seconds, um, they just kind of dispersed into dust, and they assumed that they just kind of blew off on the breeze.
All right. Well, that's
Dust in the wind. Sorry.
God damn it.
Oh, we are
Is dust in the wind.
We have a singer amongst us.
Well, it's your fucking fault.
Yes, this is
Don't
very
go
true.
for that sequence of words.
okay. Okay. Out of curiosity, there are field team leaders here on the ground. There's me and I assume two other ones.
Correct.
Where's Kovalchuk?
Kovalchuk is just with the science equipment. He's making quick rounds to make sure that nothing has been hit by errant gunfire.
Okay, so I don't need to report to him because he'll come talk to me if he wants to know anything. Fair enough. I don't know that there's anything else I can do right now. I guess we'll figure out who's going to stay awake tonight because we're going to want to stay on watch after that.
Okay. Well, you have some time after this, as the sun is setting and meals are being made available. You guys will have to decide who is out at the perimeter, and I'm going to use your wonderful white flag over here as the delineation for who's out at watch at present.
I'm fine with being out at watch.
Okay. Those of you that are in camp and partaking in the meal and or rest can tell that the mood of the camp is low. There are some of the survey crew are spooked. In fact, most of them are spooked, and it seems that word of this strange attack has already reached the other members of the company. So all of that warning from Kirill has gone to nothing. they're aware.
Well, it would have been hard to miss, I think.
Yeah, it certainly would have been.
Can't really put that genie back in the bottle. Yeah, I mean, Omer is doing what Omer does. He's, being friendly, talking to people, getting some food to eat, all that kind of thing, trying to find out anything he can about what's going on that he hasn't heard yet.
Okay. Robert has a theory that he's not letting go, and he says that the planet is cursed and is lashing out at anyone who would land unbidden. He goes right into a strong rant about you never see these things attacking the natives or the native wildlife. He's quite convinced in his position.
And that doesn't suggest another inference to you, Mr. Robert?
What else could it mean?
That the natives are controlling them.
His eyes
That
go
doesn't mean
wide.
this is something that the natives are using to discourage us from bothering them.
I'm not there, but I want to suggest another out of character theory: psychics.
Yeah, I mean, it's the most likely theory is just that the natives have psychics and are, producing these things to drive us off.
Oh, you know what? Never mind. Whatever.
Which means that if we want to deal with them, there's only one thing we can do.
It doesn't have to be psychics. It could be something we don't know how works.
You're right. It might be magic.
No, it might be a device that, say, controls swarms of very, very small machines that can build things, nanites perhaps, as one possibility.
A magic
Okay.
device, then.
It wouldn't be magic. It would just be more sophisticated than anything we're working with.
A magic curse box.
Sounds like magic.
No. It would obey rules and have, say, a transmitter controlling it, perhaps somewhere nearby. I
The
assume that your
rules of
psychic.
magic and curses. Yes, we are familiar with the ideas of similarity and blah blah blah.
I've read a fiction before. I know how this
You're
works.
going in entirely the wrong direction here. This isn't a curse. There's no such thing as curses. It could be a psychic. It could be something controlled by a psychic, more likely, since we didn't see anybody who bled red, and as far as I know, all psychics do. Or a device could be controlling these things, in which case, again, somewhere there is something controlling them. It has to have some kind of input from, I don't know, cameras or satellites or scouts on the ground who we didn't happen to see because we were distracted by shooting at the rifleman. There are a lot of possibilities here, but curses aren't one of them.
I'm gonna move this scene over to Ruslan and Nikolai.
What are their opinions on curses?
Well, I'm not too concerned with what their opinions on curses are. However, I am assuming that they have the night vision goggles or binoculars and are employing those.
Have you ever seen so much greenery, Ruslan?
Crap.
The Ruslan does not respond.
I get the impression Ruslan doesn't talk much.
Not too much, no. But
All right. Oh, I have not seen so much greenery.
when you respond, it's more of like I forgot the fucking planet I'm from.
So did I. I'm sorry. Were you from the Union planet or another one?
Yeah, the one that's just all city.
Oh, okay. Cliff.
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 Cliff. Yeah.
I just went with so
Cliff.
I just went with Toast because that's the one I know. You can probably guess that though.
Oh, boy. Yeah, you're from Disney World. We get it.
Let me actually write that somewhere so I don't forget it again, or if I do forget it, I can just remind myself.
Yeah.
From Cliff.
From Disney World.
I'm from
No,
Disney. I'm from the bad part. I'm from the bad part of Disney World though.
I'm from the planet New Jersey.
You're from.
Nikolai is
from-
both.
You're from Epcot.
Sure. Nikolai is both very unlucky and lucky. Unlucky that he's ran into so many life and death situations, and lucky that he survived.
No, I'll briefly say my planet is all city. It's not much besides buildings.
Just use those. Outside the bubble is nothing but burning hellscape.
Your conversation is interrupted by whichever of you has the goggles and is half paying attention to the landscape in conversation. You notice that there are some people coming from the woods. They look
I
like
would just
people.
say 50-50 between us. Which one would have the goggles?
I'll say it's Nikolai.
He said he looks like people.
Yeah, they look like people. They're a little ways into the forest. Sorry, they look like people on some kind of steed, some kind of other animal, large animal. It looks like the kind of animal that you've seen on carousels.
Huh. Now I kind of want to use my my precog to see what happens if I shoot them.
No. Hold on. This needs to be answered. Dex, I thought the carousels on the Union planet were all famous revolutionary heroes on whose backs we are carried.
That might be the case on Hliff, but not on Sos.
Oh, that's fair.
On Sos, they look like horses made of fire and lightning.
Right.
Okay,
I felt
so-
that they'd go for like a dragon thing.
Yeah,
So
some of them
just
are
like a
dragons
straight
too.
horse carousel, not like a fancy carousel with ostriches and hippos and a dolphin.
No, ostriches and hippos and well, maybe dolphins, but ostriches and hippos aren't good for tourism.
I mean, those were all on Omer's carousel. You guys are obviously just not going to the right parks.
Yeah.
All I did was Google search carousel animals, and that's what I'm finding.
I mean, look, just because Omer grew up in the gated community inside an environmental bubble doesn't mean that he had an exclusive upbringing.
I mean, it kind of does.
So I guess my first question. I guess before I do that, do they appear to be armed?
It's hard to tell with the thermal vision. You're not able to make out enough detail, and what's the range on those binoculars supposed to be?
Considerable.
Considerable,
Well,
yeah.
I mean for the heat vision part of it, does it specify anything for the alternate visual modes?
I think so. Let me look.
Okay. Then you're seeing them even before they have emerged from the forest, so your view of them is being blocked by large blocks of environmental temperature trees.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just note to Rustlin and I'll call it in to Omer. And then once they are outside of the tree line, if they're out of there before Omer gets here, I want to do the precog to see what happens if I shoot at them.
Okay.
Basically, get an idea of what their reaction would be. Would it be to immediately go hostile, or would they flee?
All right. Well, let's go ahead and do that first, because that's fairly quick and easy. Nikolai fingers his who's he using? A rifle?
At that range, yeah, it'll be a rifle. I have a
Okay.
combat rifle and a shotgun.
Fingers his combat rifle and peers into the future. What would happen if he just picked that up and started firing at them? And he gets a glimpse of what look like tribal garbed men and women, a trio of them, just hoofing it on four horses back into the forest from which they came.
That's what I was expecting, but it's good to be sure. So they would flee essentially.
That's what his vision tells him.
Okay, well we won't do that then, and I'll note to Omer they don't appear to be here for the fight.
We'll head back out to my parlay flag, I guess.
Okay. Everyone who wants to be present for any kind of conversation or encounter with these locals, go ahead and move yourselves over to the triangle. Anywhere near it is fine, as long as you're not just sitting in the center there.
Would you mind getting the gun ready?
All right. 3 natives trot up to you. They pull short, and you're able to see them from a fair distance away. We're not quite at nighttime yet. We're just in the last rays of the setting sun.
I will.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, that's it. I'm going to wave.
Okay. Oh, I missed that. So you wave at them, and they raise a hand in greeting. You can see more clearly now that 2 of them do have what look like bows and a quiver of arrows strapped to their backs. One of them is just kind of carrying a shotgun along the saddle of their horse. One of the shotgun is not dressed in tribal-looking garb, is instead decked out in jeans, shorts, cut-off shorts, and a tank top.
Okay, I will point at Mr. Shotgun and at myself, and then approach.
I'm sorry, I missed part of that. You said you're going to point at the shotgun and then yourself?
I'm going to point at the person with the shotgun, and then myself, and then I'm going to walk toward them.
Okay.
It's going to be my visual shorthand for "we should talk," and we'll see if he picks that up.
Okay. In Broken Spacer, as you approach within talking distance, the one with the shotgun does say, "You should not be here. Go."
In still grammatically perfect spacer. Well, the trouble with that, of course, is that we aren't done doing what we came here to do. We don't intend any harm to anyone, although it would seem that somebody intends harm to us. I don't suppose there's anything that you could do to convince them otherwise.
This is not your land. Cannot have it.
Correctly speaking, nobody yet proposes to take it, so I'm not entirely sure what your point is.
Aren't we literally surveying it?
Surveying it, yeah.
No. The scientists are surveying it.
You're
Even
just
more
protecting
correct.
scientists, yes.
Nobody has suggested that we take their land yet. I'm not lying.
The one with the shotgun rides a little bit closer, turns horse so that they're looking at you from a side angle, side profile. This place is dangerous. Why are you here?
Well, we are here because we are attempting to examine this place for minerals.
That puts a sour look on all their faces.
Boy.
Now, it might
for-
be that it is in your best interest that we report back that we didn't find any. Meaningful look.
Oh wait, or he's not speaking a language we understand, is he?
I speak Spacer.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, we understand that.
Oh. Yeah, I mean that's gonna get some looks from me.
And from Zoya.
The one with the shotgun takes a thoughtful look and nods. Yes.
So perhaps It would be in everyone's best interest if we were left alone to not find anything very interesting here at all. What do you think?
We are not threatening you, only telling you that this is dangerous and you should leave.
Someone is, though. I get the sense you may know something about that.
The Jade Curse, as your people call it.
I've heard that.
Yes, the land does not like interlopers.
See, that seems unlikely. That would require me to believe in a wide range of things that many thousands of years ago now my ancestors determined did not exist.
Yeah, your ancestors. And yet the evidence is right here in front of you.
See, there is evidence that something is happening here, but there is not an explanation for it. Now, I'm not here to find an explanation, which is probably for the best. I don't even need to worry about it, provided I don't see any more of it, if you see where I'm going.
I do not see where you are going, white devil with double tongue. Why don't you speak it plainly?
Well, A, my ancestors were Turks.
Mm.
White Devil is just simply inaccurate. I don't really understand what you're talking about, sir.
Boy.
B, if we get left alone, we will be leaving soon. Period.
Why don't you go ahead and roll a charisma talk for me?
You got it. Ooh, one of those is a 1.
Go ahead and re-roll it.
Mm-hmm.
Literally
now
can't be any worse.
Yeah.
it get worse.
A 10. Okay.
That
Uh,
ain't bad.
The one that you've been speaking with, again, takes a few seconds of thoughtful consideration to himself. You will find no trouble from us. Please just consider this a friendly warning.
Well, if you have any suggestions about places we might want to avoid in the interest of continued lack of trouble, I'd be very happy to take them.
All of them give a bit of a chuckle about that. The one you've been speaking to and that has seems to have made an assessment of your character to be uh, more on the positive side. Uh, is laughing more lightheartedly. The others a little bit bittersweet. Um, the one that you've been speaking to, uh, still resting one hand on that shotgun, although again it's just laying across his saddle. It's not pointed at anyone. Sweeps his hand across one side and then to the other. Want to be safe from the Jade Curse? Then all of this land is where you should avoid.
Well, we both know that's not going to happen, so perhaps you could narrow it down a little bit.
I am afraid I cannot.
That's a real
There's
shame. I don't suppose
there's
anybody who
never a rhyme or reason when the curse arises from the land.
I find that hard to believe. That you haven't figured it out yet, and neither have I find fairly easy to believe, so I'm going to go with that explanation.
Perhaps. Any among you are psychic?
No, Union doesn't employ psychics, as a rule.
That is good for you.
Oh? And if somebody had perhaps lied on their resume, what should I be watching for?
Well, the Jade Curse. Um, Hang on real quick. Nikolai, go ahead and give me a mental save.
That's not encouraging.
Wait as Meowkin scrambles to open up his character sheet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I noticing or
You are making a mental save.
mental save? Oh, good. It's ongoing. Great.
All right.
How many fails before my soul is gone? Just one?
You feel that same tugging from before, except this time, having experienced it before, Nikolai has felt it creeping up on him. It didn't just come as a sudden lurch. It's creeping up on him as if that gravity, that pressure, is building or pulling. Now start thinking about like his soul is a rubber band that is slowly being drawn taut by the gravity of the earth. Do you have any effort that you've not yet committed?
I do have one effort left.
You commit that. It is
Cool.
committed for the day.
All right, that leaves me at 0 for the day.
Okay.
Day soon, right?
I'm sorry?
Starting a new day soon, though, right?
I still missed that. Did you ask if we're starting a new scene
Starting a new day soon.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. So we will be starting a new day soon.
Okay, so now this is leading me to believe this is the effect. This is an effect related to psychics. Not the fact that I got shot. That was just a coincidence.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons you got shot.
Actually, I think there's just one reason he got shot. He moved
'Cause I
up.
was there.
Yes.
Because I was there.
Does Nikolai say anything about this now that he is hearing this conversation and feeling this pull?
I might mention it to Omer.
What is he saying?
Omer, or I was Omer. Something doesn't feel right. Something. Didn't they say something about no psychics on this planet?
Yes, they did. And
Have
our
they ever?
advised us that it would be very bad if any were with us, and of course I assured them there weren't any.
Who? Union or because Union that clearly set me here knowing I'm a psychic.
Oh my lord, I hope your character is not saying this out loud while I'm standing next to a shotgun who
No.
I, meanwhile,
this is
really
going to-
hope they are saying it out loud.
Let's keep this in
I was
character here.
I was very clearly, yeah. I approached Omer like as an aside.
Okay, so he's saying this quietly. He is saying it, but he's saying it quietly.
I was saying it in Russian as well.
Okay.
Well, it seems this I should attend to. Thank you for your warning to the shotgun guy.
I missed the first part of that. You said it seems as if what?
There is other business that I should attend to.
There is some chatter amongst them in 7 tribes, which, by my mistake of not clarifying early, Omer and who else had the diplomat? Was it Boris?
Yep.
You both do understand. They are talking amongst themselves and believe that one of you is a psychic and are basically all agreeing that they are going to leave with haste. The one that you've been talking to in Spacer raises his hand and gives a head nod. You are welcome for the warning. Eat it. Leave as soon as you can. And he turns to leave.
So basically, if we hadn't brought a psychic along, we would have been fine, probably.
Unclear. But
I like to imagine if we didn't have a psychic character, this would all be a talking session.
Wouldn't that be interesting?
I think that's unlikely.
And
4
yet,
hours of planning separated by 15 minutes of break.
So, what information? So we've had people down here that have experienced the Jade Curse before, right?
I guess we pack it into back, formally into the camp at this point. But yeah,
Nope. As they are racing off, and you guys are still kind of gathered around and talking to each other, you turn to head back to the camp and notice movement.
I'm sorry. Which one of us was the psychic again?
Nikolai.
Why don't you
You
all
push me-
move yourselves
you push me to the
back over to
ground.
the center?
So
you push
if
me
we,
to the ground to her off.
so a question: if we just shoot Nikolai now, will our employers agree with our assessment that he was a liability?
I would prefer that we saved that option until we are more certain of the problem. But I'm considering it. That could
Noted.
take 5 minutes, Nikolai.
Wait.
Nikolai.
Wait, what? God, be serious.
All you had to do was keep your mouth shut until you left. You don't know if they speak Russian. I was going to come ask you what was going on anyway. And yet, no, you had to go ahead and, in front of the clearly suspicious off-world mercenary, come whisper something in my ear in a language he may know. Well, I was trying to negotiate them leaving us alone. That struck you?
I don't know what to say. I got the talking.
Next time, say, don't say anything.
Oh boy.
Oh, I didn't say anything earlier.
What you see rising from the ground, well, what you first see wriggling in the grass looks like a longer creature, some kind of long beast forming from the grass. This is deceptive, as it turns out it's just a lot of things. Same as before, there is a goopy clay, greenish clay that rises from the ground and starts forming itself into a humanoid appearance, but jaunty, a little bit awkward and crippled, one might say. In fact, they kind of resemble Walking Dead.
I'm watching too much World War Z.
This is just improbable.
That's a lot. Oh, and a bit.
Oh, no, that's nothing there.
one.
I have
Yeah,
no idea what you're
nothing
talking about. The select tool caught a little bit more than I wanted it to.
Mhm.
No attention to the token behind the curtain.
Like
Well, at least now
90% of my attention is at that token behind the curtain.
At least now you have something to look forward to.
That's true.
A much larger token than the other tokens. Yes.
All of a sudden, the other players are really willing to shoot me.
Well, now. How could the GM possibly know that Nikolai is going to use psychic powers yet again in the next day?
And what Spice's link about the binoculars mean is that they make things look 25 times closer.
I just wanted to make your plot more interesting.
Is anybody firing on these before they have fully formed?
Nope, I'm running over to my machine gun.
Okay.
As is Zoya.
Okay. You have a couple of rounds, about 3 rounds, to get yourselves positioned. They are coming from multiple sides. They are still coming at you from outside your perimeter. So when they are advancing on you, they are also advancing towards the camp, towards the center of the camp, even though you guys are outside its perimeter right now.
The camp then would be up and to the right by this very accurate to scale diagram.
Oh yes, absolutely. It would be towards. See, that's all that was up there. It was just a representation of the camp.
Yes, large camp.
I think repositioning my token in the way I just did indicates what Omer's plan is.
Okay, so Omer is moving back towards the camp.
Running, not moving.
Running. Okay.
I will run backwards towards the camp.
That is where your vehicles are, the direction of your vehicles, anyways. And so,
Things don't appear to have guns, right?
none of these appear to have guns.
All right. That seems like it's a good excuse to get in a vehicle and just drive around them in circles.
So anybody that wants to be in a vehicle, either just in it and shooting from it, or as a heavy gunner, go ahead and move yourself to the vehicles. You have, it will take you 3 rounds to do that, to get to the vehicle and set up where you want to be.
Fine by me.
Who? Let me see. What were the penalties for shooting on a moving vehicle?
It's a -1. Well, it's a minus that vehicle's speed.
An ATV, I think it's speed 1.
Okay. Yep, that'll be a -1 to your attacks.
No, wait, actually, an ATV Explorer.
That is actually a stat I forgot to include in my blocks here. Yeah, it's
I say that the ATV Explorer is actually a speed 0.
Okay. Well then, lucky you.
All right. So yeah, I'm willing to shoot a gun from that. I'm technically melee oriented, but I don't think I want to get into the middle of a pack of Walking Dead, quote unquote.
I mean,
Okay.
maybe they take shock damage. Who knows? But fine.
And worst case is I can hop off and or beat off any that get on the vehicle.
I'm
Omer's
sorry,
gonna
you're going to beat them off?
Yeah, I heard it as I said it.
Yes, what is Omer doing?
rather than focusing on being in a vehicle, he's going to go warn everybody else, especially the other fire team.
Okay.
Yeah, well, while I'm running back, I'm on my comm saying contact.
Okay. Yeah, Omer has forgotten that radios exist, apparently.
He hasn't forgotten.
No, he just doesn't want to be in the field of battle. And it's a
Right.
great excuse.
With all of you in vehicles and clearly able to move faster than the zombies, I'm not going to even go into initiative order, but I am going to have you roll out your attacks for ammo tracking. Because when I said earlier that your regular ammo doesn't matter, I was mistaken on that. That does matter.
Yeah, because you didn't expect me to use my psychic powers again in the same day.
Right. No, I really quickly on the fly just set these up.
You thought I was smarter than that, I understand. But I'm sorry, Nikolai's not smarter than that.
Great.
So let's go ahead and get the 2 heavy gunners attacking first because they're going to clear out the most of these, and then others
That's
with
fair.
guns can fire and pick off, and you can try and coordinate like a good team in maximizing your area damage.
All right, let's go ahead and do my
Put 'em up.
suppress-
Yep. Each of these groups are can be hit with a single suppression fire.
Can we try to corral them into a single group?
The more you try to corral them into a single group, the more they disperse individually and are then unable to be hit with a single suppressive fire.
All
So
right.
not entirely mindless then.
Well, they're kind of chasing you around in circles.
Can we get Benny Hill music?
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and suppress then.
Oh wait, they probably have rights to that, huh?
Yeah, probably. Speaking of which, where is the music? Damn it. Roll 20. You have failed me. May as well at least play something that's somewhat combat related. So yeah. Lulu and Spice, go ahead and just roll me your damage. And once again, these have no cover, so I will be rolling their saves for Spice. Alright, you both rolled 12.
And once again, only one stays standing.
Well, actually, all of them stay standing from both of your attacks. One of them happens to have taken no damage from it.
Got a double tap.
So I'll just kind of separate out that one. That one is full health. The others have
Wait.
taken 6 damage.
Hold on. So did they not take damage from one of us?
They did not take damage from Spice King. This group over here all took the full 6 damage from you.
Oh, Group C.
I'm a
down
little
here.
confused now. One of them is at full health, though?
Yes, because it made it save against Spice King's damage.
Oh, we were attacking different groups. Okay.
Yeah, I assumed you guys would be attacking different groups, unless, was that an incorrect assumption?
Nah, I think that's fine.
Okay. If you want to have sprayed down one group with double machine guns, that's perfectly fine too.
If we can, I think if we can coordinate our vehicles enough, that makes the most sense just to do it.
Okay, so let's go ahead and rearrange that. And this entire group is almost wiped out. Bam. Oh, you should have left some hurt because this one is some hurt.
No, he's all hurt.
Okay.
He's deeply wounded by the death of his comrades.
All right, and that leaves Ruslan, Nikolai, and if he wants to, Omer, to make attacks against individual zombies.
No, Omer is actually doing something else on the basis of a suspicion he has, so don't worry about me for a bit.
Okay. Do you want to go ahead and send me a message letting me know what he's doing?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Then let's go ahead and get that attack roll from Nikolai and Ruslan.
Dexterity, correct?
How close are we getting? Are we doing shot? I guess I'll use combat rifle.
Yeah,
If
you
we're just
guys
taking stuff off.
probably aren't roaming within 10 meters of these guys.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
At least
Let me
not
actually-
often enough for the shotgun to be reliable. Alright.
Another max damage roll from me.
And Nox can pick out a zombie from one of the other groups.
I guess I'll go for if we're passing closer to the one down here. I'll go for that one.
Okay, sure.
Whichever one we come across first, I suppose. And that's going to be this roll. Attack bonus 1 plus 2 from Dex minus 1 from shoot. Yeah. No burst. 0 mod.
That hits and picks one of them off.
You'd be concerned about ammo. I've got plenty.
I'm just not much of a gun person.
Oh, okay.
All
I did a
right.
good job picking that off, anyways.
I'm shooting at shoot minus 1. So.
Yeah, that's why you want a burst, right?
I don't know how burst works in this game.
Oh, that's a +2 to hit and +2 to damage.
Oh,
It just
well,
uses 3 ammo instead of 1.
all right.
Is that right? 3 instead of 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Triple
good.
the ammo.
Yeah, it's suppressive fire that only doubles the ammo.
Okay.
Yeah, but of course it's more expensive ammo. So
Right, and suppressive fire. Well, most of the heavy weapons are assumed to already be firing multiple rounds.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, the heavy machine gun is quoted in rounds of ammunition, not actual literal rounds of ammunition.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, I guess I'm not in the same vehicle. I was gonna say Nikolai reaches over and flips you from the semi-auto to the burst fire, but I guess that doesn't work.
Let's go ahead and get another round of machine gun fire, and I will ask first this time.
I'm going for the upper group of 5.
Okay.
You know what? I again, I'm going to go for the same group.
Okay. You coordinate fire on the 5. And I can get that roll from. Oh, 2 of them
Oh,
this
wow.
time. Okay. Pepper them with machine gun fire, and this time, probably because they're zombies, 2 of them just are kind of ignoring the bullet holes in them. They are very much acting like zombies of media. The supernatural, how is it still alive? There's no fucking explanation for this. Zombie that gets shot in the heart, has no blood flow, has nothing powering its muscles except for pure fiction. That
Magic.
is how these are acting. We'll go ahead and get 2 more stray shots from Ruslan and Nikolai.
I shout, clean up.
Yep, clean up. Come on, roll. There we go. Aw.
Aww.
That's probably not going to hit even a zombie. Unless it's the 5e zombie. Is it a 5e zombie?
It's not a 5e zombie.
Dang it, those have like 8 AC.
Ruslan.
I suppose, but they make up for it by having 22 health. Oh, sorry.
Yep, it's alright.
I will actually go ahead and make that a burst fire. 0.
That
Nope.
is also not gonna hit.
Oh yeah, we're not cleaning up, y'all.
Yeah, despite these planes being flat, there are still gopher holes and other little things that jostle the vehicles as you are trying to take your shots.
Whose idea was it to import burrowing critters?
I'm sure they're very important for the ecology. Another round of machine gun fire. You guys both firing on the group of 4?
Yep,
Okay.
Sam.
Fire for effect.
And Lulu.
Me. Yeah, some reason roll 20 is acting up again.
It doesn't change anything, but it's telling me that my skill is at a -2?
But you have a penalty on your
There
shoot.
we go.
It's weird.
Oh.
There's an extra penalty on shoot because you have -1.
Yeah.
7 whole points of damage.
Okay. In combat, it's -2, not -1. Got it.
Yeah.
Wow, these guys are really
Sturdy?
really sturdy. Yeah.
If there are only a few of them left, I'm getting out of the vehicle.
Okay.
That's true. You could drop us off by one of each group.
Yeah.
Because I am better in melee than I am at shooting.
All right.
Think we can circle them up into a group again?
You could try, but it would take more than 1 round of driving around. So
Why
it
don't we
isn't.
just run them over?
Might cause damage to the ATV.
Yeah, that qualifies as future problems for the company.
Don't ruin company property.
Running them over is also an option if you want to.
Oh, I don't know if the Union's going to appreciate us potentially damaging their ATVs.
Well, there wouldn't be any evidence except for the den, right? You're not gonna have a zombie flesh stuck in the grill.
It's,
is true.
It's fine. We'll tell them it was Nikolai's fault.
All right. So what is the plan? You've got two groups that you could wrangle into one machine gun kill zone with a bit of driving around.
And if the boys want to be dropped off, we'll drop them off.
Okay. Well, then I'll
Well, I guess then we have to do initiative, though, don't we?
Not really. I'm basically just gonna give you guys your turn, and then anybody that is able to be attacked by them, I'll take the zombie turn at the end.
I suppose it's unnecessary risk, isn't it?
I'm okay with that.
Well, I know you're okay with it.
I'm fine with it too.
All right, I guess we'll do it then.
All right.
We've already decided that we want to get in there and dust it up personally.
Is
Well, that
Ruslan
you
also
want.
going melee?
Ruslan is going melee, yes.
Okay, I thought so. Okay.
I suppose we should, if anything, we should just do one group at a time, though. You can't we just do one-on-one in each group.
Well, I'm still gonna do the machine gunners first. Who are the machine gunners firing at?
Let's
I'll
see
probably
here.
go for the bottom group, probably.
Yeah, I'll go for the top group.
Okay.
Render is all moot.
The top group is already all injured, and so there's no amount of damage that Lulu could roll that would not kill the rest.
Oh,
All right. So I go ahead and wipe those two out.
The question is whether the ones.
And then we've got 4 damage or 5 damage, however it goes, coming at those two on the bottom before Ruslan and Nikolai even get to them.
One
Not bad.
lives.
Oh, one just doesn't take damage.
Yeah, it lives.
Well, yeah. All right. You're right. It's a zombie, so it doesn't live.
Yeah, but this group hadn't been damaged yet. Oh wait, no, they had been. That's how there were
Yeah.
only 2 left. My bad.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, there is one alive. Sorry, I should have been tracking hit points, but I thought I could do it all in my head. Ruslan and Nikolai, let's see if you guys don't suck.
all right, looks like Ruzan's
Actually-
closer.
I'm sorry?
Punch plus 4. Okay. No, I was just double checking the numbers. Work?
Oof.
No. Just don't work at all.
All right. Nikolai, it's up to you.
All right, I'm actually gonna try throwing a knife first,
Okay.
as I have armsman, and I can do that. Damn
oh my
it.
goodness.
You guys both suck.
It's just bad roll city today.
Wow. Wow.
All right, who's getting bit and turning?
Well, you were throwing a knife, so it's Ruslan being attacked.
Okay.
Oh, that's true.
But Nikolai's the psychic. I think in interest of bullying Nemesis more, they should go for that.
Oh my.
That's a nat 20, of course. I was gonna say beat an 18, but
Yep. 4 damage.
okay.
Alright, well, are you guys going to fire any more heavy weapons at this?
No,
Okay.
literally not worth the ammo.
Okay.
It's tempting. There are 3 targets there, but I'll pass.
Between Ruslan and Nikolai, you're able to hack this last zombie down before it can make any
Yes.
other attacks.
There's no way we would miss 2 more times, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right. And
We
I'm not
could
even
just miss 2
chancing
more
that
times.
being wrong. You guys want to roll it?
I'm gonna roll it.
I think they should roll it.
Your teammates
It
are
would
awful.
be hubris.
Roll it.
Ruslan, you first.
Okay.
Oh, there
Oh,
we go.
there you go.
There we go. All right, it goes down.
Okay.
Punch it in the head.
The zombie coming after Ruslan as he approached. Ruslan was thrown off by the fact that his first solid hit on the zombie. He's a puncher, right? A puncher, a boxer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
His first solid hit on the zombie just didn't phase it at all. Forgetting that zombies are, fiction zombies are zombies. It is able to just throw an arm around his shoulder and starts grabbing him as Ruslan tries to struggle away, manages to hook a hand and bony fingers into his shoulder. How does Ruslan get out of this and kill the zombie? He's got a very, very, very
Perfect.
strong grip on Ruslan's shoulder.
Hold on. Let me just turn the volume for this off. I actually can't focus at all.
Yeah, no problem.
Mind repeating that for me, please?
The zombie has a very firm grip with bony fingers on Ruslan's left shoulder. How is Ruslan getting out of this and killing the zombie?
If possible, I would like to just basically throw it down and kind of dislocate the shoulder.
Okay.
Just like a swift boot to the area.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And from there, another boot to the head would take it out.
Alright, Ruslan crushes its head after dislocating its shoulder, which nearly wrenches it out of the socket, and stomping down on its head. Okay. Back at camp. Aura?
Is Omer calling for my execution?
Not yet.
What Omer finds is that the scientists are once again essentially taking cover. They're smart enough not to take cover in their tents because there are bullets flying around. But the trade-off is that they're taking cover behind expensive equipment.
Well, that is fine and kind of an anticlimax. Do I see anything that was like running or still is running?
As in equipment?
Yeah.
Yeah. They've set up and gotten all of the equipment running. It's currently doing its job.
Great. What's it doing?
It's doing survey stuff. It's not doing anything that Omer, from his limited knowledge in talking with these folks and from his readings, would consider unusual.
Okay, good. So how about the other units? Is anybody in one of them doing anything weird?
Omer calls out to them, using the radio, I'm assuming.
Right, I'm going to alert them that we are under attack and that everybody should report to station. And then I'm going to see if anybody doesn't.
Well, they're actually having a little bit more difficult time putting this down, given that you guys had heavy machine guns to work with. You still hear firefighting off in the distance. Well, no, nearby distance. But they are reporting that the threat is moving slow enough that they and you can start to see them, they're basically just retreating back towards the camp and firing at the encroaching zombies. Unit C reports that he anticipates that the remaining threat to be neutralized within 20 more meters of retreat, which would still have him at some distance from the actual camp and equipment. And Unit B says, yeah, something like that.
Okay. Well, that certainly does a solid job of eliminating what I was worried about, which is that they were after or being triggered by something else. Okay, good. I'm going to make sure the scientists are all okay, and I'm going to ask my new good buddy Carol if they were doing anything weird before this all started up.
Even Carol, normally in fairly good spirits, is looking pretty spooked now. 2 attacks in one night. It's not even night yet.
Yes, we're very popular. I suspect that we have aggravated someone or something that it would be better off not aggravated.
Nothing. What do you mean, someone? These aren't people, are they?
These aren't people. Somewhere, some form of intelligence is controlling these manifestations. It can't just be arising unbidden. In fact, now I want to go talk to Kovalchuk.
Okay. He is
So-
he is immediately taking charge and trying to get his men back to back to their posts to maintain an eye on the data. And Omer can tell that he's also doing this to some extent just to make certain that they are having something to do other than thinking about what just happened.
So, quietly, and hopefully so only he can hear, if I propose that we evacuate, how does that sound to you?
I will. Well, I will bring it up with the company.
I am fairly confident that whatever is going on is going to continue. And although we've been fine, or fairly close to it, for now, it may be time to go.
Yes, you might be right. Seems the risk is not worth it.
Now, certainly someone's trying to convince us of that, and I'm inclined to let them.
Yes. It will be a penalty on our contract, but
Well, let me ask you directly. Are any of your staff psychic?
no. Not
So
that
far
I'm
as you
aware
know.
of.
So far as you know, is anybody else in the other teams?
None have reported that.
A more limited evacuation might do the trick, but only might. I don't think it's actually them to blame.
Can't blame me for the first event.
What do you mean more limited?
I mean that I know there's at least one psychic member of my team.
He inhales deeply.
Now, the first attack happened with no correlation whatsoever to anything he was doing. This second one, on the other hand, I'm not so sure.
Cough, cough.
So, we get him out of here, and perhaps we get to all have a quiet night.
Okay.
But if he's the only one, then we're fine. If someone's lying to us, then we aren't.
Well, I will hold a meeting with crew.
We need to do something different, Doctor. The soldiers have been adequate until now. They won't be forever.
What do you propose?
I already told you. I propose that we leave.
Oh,
But
of
we need
course,
to
of course.
come up with a solution that's acceptable to the company.
Perhaps I am not understanding. I am going to talk to my team and ask if they will if they want to simply take the penalty and everyone leave.
That's good. Let's
If-
investigate all options.
If they
I,
do not
meanwhile,
want
will
to
just
take
be
the
to my men.
penalty, then
Gonna
we
say-
certainly think of removing just your member.
I'm not sure that will do us any good, but it's something we can try.
Oh. Let me hold conference then.
Everyone, if you're done with whatever those were, please meet me at our usual location. That one's on the radio.
Are you calling for the other teams as well, or just your team?
I'm calling for my team to meet me in the usual place.
Okay.
We have a
For now.
usual place.
Sure, I have a big fucking flag for people to come talk to me under that hasn't worked out yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys have a more or less you've been designated to a third of the perimeter, as have the other two teams. And as Omer is leaving, he does hear Kovalchuk calling the other crew members for a meeting. Are Boris and Zoya joining in their vehicles, or are they going to step down from the vehicles and walk over?
I'll step
think-
down.
I'll stay in a ready position, but I'll have my ear cocked to listen.
So let me first ask the obvious question: is anyone hurt?
I will speak up. I could be doing a lot better.
Okay, let's get that taken care of. I'll administer lift to Ruslan.
All right.
What does lift do?
For 1d8 over
Pharmaceuticals.
5 minutes.
Okay. Neat.
So it doesn't work in combat, but
Yeah, you
So
can
I
go
just
ahead and
roll a
take the hit
D8.
points now.
Well,
Is it only a D8 or is it D8 plus 1?
I think it's just a d8.
D8
Okay.
plus the user's heal skill. So
Ah.
it's D8 for me using it.
Okay, gotcha.
And for me.
and I get 1 system strain.
Okay.
Second, I'd rather not shoot Nikolai. I'd rather not ask one of you to shoot Nikolai. But we need to do something different.
I also would rather you not shoot me.
So are you? When you say you'd rather not ask us to shoot Nikolai, are you
No,
implying that we
I
should?
am not. I am not suggesting that you take the initiative. This is not that kind of situation.
I was told it would be perfectly fine for me to be on this planet.
By who?
My union.
Well, they were mistaken by all available indications.
They very much knew I was. They very
No,
much.
hold on. If someone says the union's mistaken, do we get upset about that?
Union does encourage brotherhood, camaraderie, and like-mindedness to an extent,
And loyalty to the company.
and loyalty to the company. Yes,
All right.
but it's
so
not quite so in. Not quite so deep in how we think of Russians now, where speaking out against them is immediately yeah. There's some room for critical thinking, but that's
Okay.
also kind of complicated by the brotherhood and loyalty. So take from that what you will.
got it.
Not cut and dry in it by any case.
So, on the basis of this new information that we have, we need to figure out what the company would prefer for us to do in these circumstances. To make myself clear,
They would. I can tell you now. They would prefer we remain on the planet and do our jobs.
I'm not certain that's true.
The union does not leave a job half done.
Sure. Are we getting paid if we don't do this job? Am I getting paid if
That
we don't do this
information I
job?
have.
Or are you asking me as a GM? Your primary objective is listed as the company does their job.
Okay. So their job is to keep the scientists safe during their survey. If the scientists cut off their survey and they get out of here successfully,
Let me
then
clarify.
we've
The
done our job.
scientists are the company.
Right. So good.
Yeah.
The scientists have to do their job. So if the scientists bail, we're screwed. Yes.
Yes.
And I probably shouldn't have told the scientists to bail, but I'm not going to do that to everybody else.
All right. So
I decide not to bail.
So I see. So let's see. Our team leader has suggested the scientists bail. So
I
that's
don't know
two
how you
people
can
we
know
want
that.
to shoot.
No.
I definitely don't know how you.
Omer is not making that.
That wasn't in character. Okay, never mind then.
No, that was very much not in character.
Okay.
Based on that misunderstanding, if I might take a moment here, Arlinks, would Omer not have recommended that they leave?
No, Omer doesn't want to be here in the first place, and as far as he's concerned, he doesn't need to get paid. He'd like
Okay.
to live.
Okay, so he
So no,
still
he's
would have.
perfectly happy.
It's still in
scientists
character.
leave. Right. It's completely in character for him to suggest that they leave.
That-
As far as he's concerned,
That'll
cutting
be the
you off
master
is
of
a
fire.
reasonable thing.
Okay.
But that's why Omer is on the management track and everybody else here is not. Right?
Actually, I do have talk and decently high charisma.
We don't have
And you
to
may
hack.
also end up on the management track, but you were clearly sent here to shoot people, whereas Omer was not.
Yeah.
Dexter and I
Look,
covered this.
I have
Yep.
a more aggressive management style than Omer does.
So
Seems
John,
likely
you
to be-
may have missed it, but right before the game started, I convinced Dexter that Connect was the management track for Union.
Okay.
That was
I-
what decided who was in charge of the team. Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, I might actually switch over to Connect then, since that was one of the choice things. Since I rolled a choose your own skill,
Okay.
but that can be dealt with later.
So, at present, we're here on the ground in hostile conditions, and we need to find a way to emerge from them intact and with the scientists intact, yes?
After completing their job, yes.
I'm fairly certain the job will be incomplete if they're dead, but I agree with you in principle.
Yes. Either way, we're not getting paid.
Right. So,
like that's better to get paid and or not get paid and live than not get paid and die.
I think the next thing we need to do is all understand very clearly from Nikolai what's been going on that he felt it was so important to tell me about a moment ago.
Well, so hold on. So the first time I had that event, it was not like. Did it feel like it was like after a similar amount of time after I used my precognitive ability that I felt it as the second time?
It did seem like it was about as long, although his sense of that timing may be a bit skewed by the fact that he could start feeling that pull more subtly earlier.
Okay.
But for you to decide how well your character parses this, the mechanics of it were 1 minute after you you used a psychic power, you made that save.
Okay. So it was like a short time after I used my precognitive abilities.
Yes.
Okay, so what we
That's
have
all.
here...
If that's all the case, but even so, let me see. But in this case, the zombie event was shortly after that. But I hadn't used my precognitive abilities until the first time I used my precognitive ability was when the first event occurred. Was like after the first event started appearing out of the ground. So
information.
I hadn't used any precognitive abilities after that point.
So,
This seemed very clearly, at the very least, coincided with the event.
all right. And we know that in some way our new friends were informed that something was going to happen as well. Because I heard them talking about it before they left. Did any of you?
I don't speak 7 tribes. Or wait, hold on. What specifically did you say? I'm sorry.
Yes, it was when they were speaking in 7 tribes, they were talking about the fact that there was a problem coming and they needed to get out of here.
Right. Then yes, I don't speak 7 tribes.
Right. I know at least one other person does, somewhere in the party.
I wave.
I'm asking right now, for if anybody can confirm that that's what he heard.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
So, we return to the earlier theory I postulated, wherein this is in fact some sort of device or weapon under the control of the natives and used to discourage visitors.
In that case, are you proposing we deal with them?
I think that kind of decision might be above my pay grade, but it's something we should think about, because clearly if we just sit here, this will happen again.
I'll admit out of character that I find the idea of waging a military attack against a native group kind of...
Yeah, Claire's not really pro that either, to be fair. Even in character. In person, no, I definitely don't want to go fight the natives.
In character, I don't think Zoya cares. Out of character, I'll admit a bit of discomfort about the idea.
Where did that come up? Was that actually suggested that we attack the natives?
That's a leap from what Omer said, where he thinks the natives control whatever is attacking us.
Right. Zoya thinks then the best option, if that's true, would be to deal with them.
Oh, okay.
How many bullets do you have, Mr. Zoya?
Miss Zoya, but
nope, all misters.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, the union thing. You're right. No, I'm I'm sorry. I'm just operating on very little sleep right now. Let's see. I've got about two full belts left.
Several hundred?
All right. Is the question asking for actual bullets? In that case, yes.
It will ultimately be a rhetorical question. I just haven't gotten to the punchline yet.
Yes.
The
Basically.
planet has several million citizens. So no, I don't think that the 5 of us should try to stop them.
Hold on. Does this planet have several million citizens?
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, it has
Well,
several
maybe not.
million natives. Whether they call themselves citizens or not is a
Right.
pedantic question.
So
well,
we can't
maybe not all
shoot
of them, but the local ones.
If the local ones were directing the attacks, you would think that they would bother to make sure they succeeded. My suspicion is that whoever is controlling whatever is opposing us is
also
not
think they
affiliated to the immediately nearby natives,
If they were controlling it, you'd also think they wouldn't have, fled the way they did.
or tried to warn us.
Wow, they did a half-hearted effort to warn us.
Yes, which is still inconsistent with trying to kill us. No?
Yes.
They may just want us gone.
They most assuredly want us gone. I don't think it's possible to have misunderstood that. So we need to figure out some way of tracking down this unknown opponent, or we need to think of some method of distracting it, or luring it away from the scientists so that they can do their job, because we, of course, are expendable.
In that case,
Although we would prefer not to be expended.
Again, did we confirm that one of our boys is psychic here to this group? I can't actually remember.
He confirmed one. He didn't specify which one, but he did mention that one of us was psychic.
You said one of us is psychic,
Team members.
and that was possibly connected.
That's what I told the scientists, but
Only to the second event, not to the first, which was accurate. I did not unless it's passively because I'm here.
my suspicion is that
The second one seemed to coincide with the
my suspicion is that whatever powers these creatures is drawing on the reserves of any psychics among us.
In that case, if
Unfortunately,
we do have a psychic among us, and the being controlling these forces is affiliated with, but not necessarily a part of the native people here, might it be best to take whichever one of us is psychic over to their nearest tribe or village or whatever and let them use their powers there?
I don't follow.
Intentionally endanger their people with whatever these things are.
Oh. Well, that's much cold-blooded than anything I was likely to suggest. I was simply going to suggest that we evacuate them.
Yes, I expected as much.
I think the simplest thing to do would be to send any psychic personnel who are here on the ground back to the ship.
That's another option.
It's also probably
But
the
do
least
I-
wasteful one.
But do I get paid?
That's not for me to decide.
I would very much like to get paid.
That's understandable. Do you have a better idea?
One where I get paid.
There
So,
is still my option.
The option is interesting, but I'm not certain it's logistically feasible.
Sent here to do the job, so might as well do it.
I tell you, I certainly have no intention to use my precognitive abilities anymore.
Is that so?
Very much so.
Seems like you ought to avoid it, yes. So you said the first attack happened before you had done anything that might going by the theory that they are provoked by psychics,
Correct.
do that. So
That's
the question becomes, do we have any other psychics with us? Or anything else that might be attracting this jade curse? Which, by the way, is what the scientists call it.
Not very scientific, is it?
No. I suspect they learned the term from the natives who also used it.
Or they just call it the Jade Curse because they come up green to start with.
I'm fairly certain that's where the name comes from, yes.
No natives required is my point.
Well, given the cultural origin of the natives, jade has a lot of mythic and historic significance for them, so I'm not totally prepared to discount that. The sample I took earlier did, however, disappear before I could bring it to the scientists, which leads me to no conclusion at all, in fact, and is a real puzzler.
Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic.
But the fact remains that there is no magic.
Tell that to the psychic who can see in the future.
I don't think it's particularly relevant what the cause is so much as who is causing it.
Yes, the company's not paying us to understand this phenomenon. They're paying us to make sure that the survey is completed, and it's important that we bear that distinction in mind.
In that case, the safest option for now, unless our friend here, Nikolai, wishes to head back to the ship, is to separate them.
I agree. In fact, I think our best bet would be to find the most defensible position we can that suits their needs.
Well, we're in the middle of the plains, so the most defensible position is just in an ATV.
I am fairly confident their equipment won't be able to be powered inside the ATV. They have a lot of stuff. I gesture vaguely at the science tent.
Oh, you meant the ATV. I thought you meant Nikolai.
No,
Or
I mean
you
the
meant the scientist.
I mean the
science team.
scientists. Nikolai should simply endeavor not to get himself or us killed, as I would expect any of you to do. I don't believe that this is, in any meaningful sense, Mr. Nikolai's fault. I think this is just an unfortunate coincidence. I do suspect that somebody else here in the camp is also a psychic, whatever they may say, however. Or that somebody is conducting research that the natives are certain isn't beneficial. For this to be going on with such conviction and regularity.
Is there any way to tell?
I haven't had any luck.
In classes, they told me about med science, but I am not one.
Great. Very useful.
So what you're saying then is that we should have requested one of them be assigned to my team.
Well, no, because that's still the problem of a psychic.
It's very ironic.
All right. This is what we're going to do. I'm going to go confer with the other unit leaders. You're going to go back to your posts and shoot anything that comes that you cannot confirm as human.
Okay.
That's the plan, as it stands.
Perfect. Fine.
In
Shoot
fact,
green
if
things
you
that come
have
out of the
any
ground.
surprises you'd like to prepare that have not yet been set up, feel free. I'm past caring. Excuse me.
Will do.
Talk to the unit leaders.
Nikolai.
Half an hour and 6
Oh, I'm
hours
sorry. And
later.
if anyone shoots Nikolai, I will
What's
make
up?
absolutely certain that you are also terminated. Thank you.
Okay. We're not going to... I won't shoot Nikolai. I get it.
I'm having lots of trouble sleeping tonight.
No.
Shoot
I have a
Absolutely
better
Nikolai.
idea. I have a better idea. We'll just set up some other things. All right. Is he gone yet?
Yes. If he's going to speak with the other team leaders, then Omer is gone, and we'll continue in this scene here. Conversation
Okay.
with the rest of the team.
Okay. Nikolai. Do you
I'm
want to
gonna-
go with my plan instead?
Which one was that again? Oh, this is the whole like call them up on the it's a tribe.
Yes.
That does not sound like part of our mission.
All right.
I do not believe I will get paid for that.
Well, it was worth an attempt. All right. In that case, stand very as far away from from our camp as you possibly can.
I do not trust these wild animals out here.
That is too fucking bad, isn't it?
I will take this up with Omer.
A high possibility that the natives have imported predators that would present a threat to Mr. Nikolai's life. So no, that option is not going to work.
You're not here.
If you're referring it to me, you're doing it by radio, but that's the answer.
I'll radio Omer. It's like, do I have to sleep outside?
That's the answer.
Uh,
All right, let's
well, whatever.
move the scene over to Omer.
I don't even know that it needs a scene. I just want to see if the other unit leaders are aware of any other psychics around.
Right. I wasn't going to do a full RP scene, just to get the idea of what you wanted to do. And if that's what he's asking, then no, they are not aware of any of their team members that have any psychic ability. Not even
They
any
should make
kind of wild potential.
Because there's a possible correlation here between the attacks and the presence of psychic activity, and I'd like to find out more, in the hopes of avoiding any others.
He's saying that to these other team leaders.
Oh god, they're gonna kill me.
They ask if there's anything they can do to help.
Yes, make sure that your people are ready, because there's probably another one coming at some point. I don't think we're going to get through this night peacefully.
There's a bit of disgruntled, resigned commitment. Basically, jawohl.
That's German.
Sure is.
Is it?
Yeah, it's German.
What's the Russian
Yes.
equivalent?
I don't know.
Da?
It's not cool.
No, it's not da. I'm not just saying da. Well, okay, fine.
know,
The
I know.
equivalent of jawohl. And please don't tell me that jawohl is basically just yes.
It is.
It's
It
no, 'cause
kind of is.
yeah.
It's kind of like saying an affirmative, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, fine. I'll do this the more intelligent way and not try to stretch myself. They give you the resigned equivalent of affirmative.
Oh, jawohl is yes,
Strictly
probably.
speaking, ja
Oh,
is yes,
probably.
and wool,
Okay, I was way off base.
Yeah,
it might
yes,
be-
well,
Yeah, wool is an emphatic
Indeed.
particle like yo in Japanese. It's a verbal exclamation point type of thing.
Okay, they give you a resigned but committed affirmative.
That's how you can kind of tell. There's a little similarity in German and Russian in that, da versus ja.
Yes has more or less the same root in a lot of languages.
See. What else is Omer doing?
That's it, unless the scientists have decided they do want to leave when I go check in with them again. I bet they haven't.
You check in with the scientists, and Kovalchuk says that they have voted to leave. They're going to call down the.
I now have to ask how close to done they are.
Well, they say that running through the night would technically fulfill their contractual obligation. Although
Good, that's what they're going to do when we're leaving
they
in the
were
morning.
hoping for more bonuses.
Maybe not the time to look for bonuses.
Omer is telling Kovalchuk that they are going to stay.
I'm telling them that they should run all the way through the night, get done, and we're leaving in the morning, because I'm fairly certain the company won't accept anything less, and he can go ahead and find out that's true if he wants.
He, with a heavy sigh, says, I understand your position, but
I'll go make coffee.
I'm not losing more team members over this. We're leaving.
More? Have you lost any? Because as far as I can tell, my men have taken care of that, along with the others.
Well, this is the same one that had lost some in another
Yes,
event, right?
he gets a little bit upset and says, I've lost men in the past, not now.
I remember you mentioning it, and since you haven't lost any yet, I suggest that you place your faith in us until the morning and get your job done. Everybody will end
And
up
I
much
suggest
happier
that
that way.
you do as I'm saying and get your men ready to pack up.
Calling in the evacuation, see what they say.
He says that he will.
Okay. I go ahead and call the ship and tell him he's going to want to leave, and they need to tell him he can't do it till morning.
What's your suggestion?
Now, to be clear, the ship is actually Dillian Harp and Associates ship. The person that you would be contacting there, well, unless you want to just talk to somebody within Dillian Harp that's above Kovalchuk, would be Mr. Jack, your union person.
That seems fine. So actually what I'd rather do is I'd rather explain to the people on the ship, preempting Kowalchuk, that any landing that they attempt has been deemed hazardous by us, and they should probably wait until morning when we know it's clear.
Okay. You make that argument to them. I'll go ahead and give you a
devious.
Agree with his situational assessment that we ought to leave, and was the one who suggested it, as a matter of fact. But I don't think it's going to be safe or feasible until morning.
Go ahead and give me a talk and either intelligence or charisma check.
Okay, amounts to the same thing. And then, if need be, I will go ahead and have the other unit commanders back me up on it.
Okay.
They want to get paid too. I won't even have to talk them into it.
That is very true.
I just can't get over the fact that you're the one that suggested the whole backing up.
I did. I think it's the right thing to do.
And then, well, I mean, I guess you're still doing the pack up thing, just putting fire on their asses to get the job done first.
Way to do it. Exactly. This is dynamic planning, folks.
I mean, that's not too crazy to do, one really long night of work, right?
It's really not, honestly. It's probably easiest for everybody involved, because I'm sure they don't have shuttles just sitting there waiting to take us out of here to begin with.
Well, they do. The same shuttles that dropped you off would be able to come down and pick you up. Cargo lighter would come down for the ATVs.
Are they fueled? Are their pilots awake?
Well, all of that can be accomplished within a matter of half an hour or so.
By morning.
Or it can also be accomplished within the next half hour.
And far earlier than in the morning.
Yes.
I mean, really, where are we relative to ship time, though, right? For all we know, it's midday ship time.
Yeah, the time doesn't actually matter too much. They can get somebody down there. They can get someone down here within a half hour. And
yeah, I'm assuming when we're talking night, we're talking about night on the planet, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're heading into planetary night. We've got hostile forces known to be in the area, so they may be landing in a situation where we're under attack. The locals definitely know we're here.
So, to try and bring some order into this chaos, I'll real quick, Meow, can you add one other thing to say?
Oh, I was just going to bring up that you're talking about enemies in the area, but the most threatening thing they've had is the equivalent of a combat rifle.
So here's what happens. Omer receives a contact back from the ship to the effect of your concerns have been recognized and will be recorded for basically any accountability investigation that has to happen. But this decision is being left in Kovalchuk's hands, and suggests that if you do not want him to leave, then you convince him, and that they're going to put some brakes on how quickly they get the shuttles and the cargo lighter down onto the planet to give you more time. It's clear from this communication that the commanders at the ship would really, really like to complete this job, considering that they're not at risk at all, and they stand only to profit.
Right, they have this that pretty much everybody down here other than Kovalchuk has. I get it.
Yeah. So that will give you a bonus in attempting to negotiate with Kovalchuk or anyone else that you're negotiating with. Shortly after you receive this communication from the ship, Kovalchuk contacts all the teams, and says to pack up. He is calling down the cargo lighter and has already instructed his survey team to start packing the equipment up.
Short of trying again, I don't really know what else I can do here.
Well, you do know that
Military.
he called a vote.
Ah, that's a good point. Okay.
I call a vote of no confidence.
Well, if he called a vote on his team, I think we can assume that Robert and probably Kirill would have voted to leave. So I'm going to go talk to Kirill first and ask him who voted to leave, since he seems to be a fairly straightforward guy.
Okay. Let's go ahead and do the same movement of Pogs. If you are including yourself with Omer and his attempts to talk to the camp, go ahead and put yourself right here in the middle. If
Give me
not,
some help here if you can, but if not, be ready to shoot the behemoth when it turns up.
Behemoth, what?
Whatever else does, I'm sorry.
Well, Nikolai's a little self-conscious and stay outside.
All right. Is anybody joining Omer?
If Zoya is staying at the gun, I'll join Omar.
I feel like this is kind of like the whole Brexit thing. It's like you put them up to the vote. They voted to leave.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
like,
then
wait, no.
so is Omar going to resign now in disgrace?
We've only got 10 minutes left of my scheduled time, so let's try and keep on topic here.
Yeah, that's fair.
Sorry, I'm not trying to be a dick about the tangents, but I don't want to keep you guys longer due to tangents. However, I will ask you, is anybody hard and fast on this 3 o'clock time?
I am not.
Nope.
I was going to call in tonight anyway, so no.
Okay.
I'm not super hard on it, but I do have things that I need to get to at some point.
Okay, so if we...
Wrap up anyway.
I'm sorry?
Let's just try to. I think we're pretty well in wrap up anyway. Let's just try to expedite it. I wouldn't
Okay.
mind being done myself. I don't
Sounds
have
good.
to, but
So you're going to, you said, Kirill.
Kirill, because he's a straightforward, helpful guy. Who voted to leave? And what can I do to convince him to stay?
Well, he says
He's
that
pretty much-
he voted, but that's all he knows because the vote was anonymous.
And why does he want to leave rather than finish what he's doing tonight?
He wants to get back to his wife on Liff. They just had a child, his third child.
You know what? Honestly, that's an extraordinarily sympathetic reason. Is there a very important one? He can't miss 8 more hours of his child's life and finish what he's doing so he gets paid? Because his child probably needs to...
It's not the time, and he doesn't need the money. He has been doing this for a very long time. His family is set. The very important reason, he reiterates, is not the time. He wants to live.
Yeah, I'm actually in complete agreement with Carol. I don't know that there's much I can do to talk him around.
Hard to argue when he's got the same point as you.
Yeah. Absolutely. I guess we'll have to leave him alone.
It seems like he needs someone more interested in getting paid here than you to convince people.
All
Well,
right.
it's more than I need something I can actually use as a lever here, and I don't think I have one on him from a character perspective.
I think I might. So, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and crawl down from the
vent.
from my perch.
Okay. Do you want Zoya to have been involved in that retroactively, or are you assuming that Omer is reporting to the team his progress?
I'm keeping an eye on this from a distance,
Okay.
and I can tell it's not going great.
Yeah, by Kirill's body language, you can tell that he's shrugging. He made his decision, and you can probably also see from Omer that sympathetic response. All right. Have Omer and Boris moved on by the time Zoya gets there, or are you guys all going to be involved?
Probably have, yeah. No, my next suspect would be Robert, who's clearly a coward.
Okay. Let's bring Zoya over here. What is it that Zoya thinks she has that will convince Kirill to change his vote?
We would be failing the company. We'd be failing the union if we didn't stay. We don't leave tasks half done here. With your long career, you should know that.
Go ahead and make me a charisma talk check. Or, if you prefer to lean on some sense of loyalty and sympathy as opposed to being charismatic about it, I would let you go with wisdom.
Mine's exactly the same, so
Okay.
let's see. I keep forgetting where this is. Charisma.
Okay. He does not look particularly pleased, but he's nodding along with the points that Zoya is making. And he kind of concludes that conversation with the wife knows the job, and the family will get a bonus for his service, even if he is killed in the night.
I clap him on the shoulder.
Have a one vote.
Well, we can't actually need more than 4. And there were probably some to stay.
You go talk to Robert?
It's true. Also, one thing, it was the union usually, in the event of death, usually their benefits are pretty good if they're good employees.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume he's in the middle of packing.
Robert is in the middle of packing, correct.
So you're just going to run away.
Yes! Yes, this is insane.
What's insane about it again?
Things coming out of the ground and disappearing? I did not sign up for this.
No, you signed up to what exactly? Stay behind a desk?
Yes, yes.
Then how is it you ended up here? Because it seems to me that there must be something you'd rather not go back to.
Look, most planets don't have things that come out of the ground and vaporize into the air. That is unnatural.
Well, it's certainly unusual, I'll give you that. But, again, it seems to me that a man like you probably has something they'd rather not go back to. Right?
I enjoy this job on other planets, on any planet where the very air itself isn't trying to kill me.
Ah, there it is.
Look, I came from Lamiera. There's no threats there. Nothing's trying to kill you in Lamiera. He rolls his eyes. It makes too much of a fucking mess for anybody
But-
to want to kill you.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, you like this job, right? You intend to keep it?
I do.
Expect you will very long if you can't be trusted to fulfill your obligations, because that's certainly the report that people will get.
I'm not making this call. This is Kovalchuk's call. Called
And
the
yet
vote.
he told
I
me he
voted.
took a vote. And I think I know how you voted, don't I?
Obviously.
You should reconsider. For the sake of your career, you're a young man. You could be at this a while. You could end up as old as Technician Carroll and happy. Or you could end up out of work and living on your very expensive homeworld with no job. Just saying.
I'll always have my aptitude card. Union can't take that away from me.
No, they can't take your.
You shush there, Lulu.
No, I suppose they couldn't. And, honestly, I wouldn't even suggest that they did, but it doesn't matter how good you are if no one will hire you.
I'll go back to teaching then. It just isn't worth it here. You can go ahead and roll talk charisma.
Sure. And probably the next couple minutes are me pointing out that classrooms are really boring, and obviously he has an exciting job, perhaps a bit more exciting than he'd like, and yada yada. But I bet he'd like to keep it, is the bottom line.
Okay. You do have a +1 to this. Technically, you did also, Lulu. I just forgot it, and you didn't need it.
Mm.
I also point out that he really does only have to put in one night without any rest before he can not only keep his job, but get a good recommendation.
A good recommendation might well be able to name his post.
Exactly.
All right.
So how's that?
Well, is
I mean, it's a
Is
good
Boris-
recommendation coming from a 6.
attempting to assist here?
I think you can re-roll that 1, can't you?
Oh, did you get a 1?
Oh, is there one in there? Yep.
There is.
There
There
sure
you
is.
go.
Boy,
There is
that
one
has
in
been
there.
Okay.
by far the most value I've gotten out of any focus and stars without
13
number ever.
then.
Now,
He is not happy about this this barrage of logic being put at him, as well as kind of threatening language towards his future career prospects. Not threatening from Omer, just threatening as in, how an army recruiter threatens your future prospects if you don't join.
absolutely. I'm just trying to explain the larger context to
Yes.
him in a way that will make him sympathetic to staying the fuck here and doing his job.
And she throws, well, not even throw down his wrench, but he I guess it is throw. He throws down his wrench. It's not very dramatic, but he still throws down his wrench that he was putting away, and says, "If I die, this is on you."
Well, yes, that's the nature of the employment contract, sir.
Well, no, technically it'd be on his actual boss. So
Well, no, you're the one that's convincing him to change his vote, so he is
I'm sticking with my yes. That's the nature of the
Yeah.
employment contract.
all right, fair enough.
okay. And you have
Next
managed to
Or uncooperability is actually going to be probably. I will check with tomorrow, but I bet you wanted to stay.
Hey, Omer.
Yeah.
I convinced Kirill. He'll be joining us.
That's good. I didn't have the heart to do it. Old man like that deserves a chance to go home to his kid.
Well, he wasn't going to get it if we persuaded everyone else anyway.
Mm.
Besides, like I said to him, there's a job here to do, and the union does not leave jobs unfinished.
Yes, I took a very similar line with Technician Robert just now. Have you seen tomorrow?
I think she's over by the perimeter.
Odd. Let's go talk to her.
before you reach tomorrow, you receive another communication from Kovalchuk, and he's including all teams in it, so all of your teams as well as his crew. He says
Make
that
it turn.
there has been a reversal in the vote, and we will now be staying and tells people to get back on task, get that equipment set back up, and make up for the lost readings.
Must have been a close vote. All right.
I had a feeling.
All right. Let's get back to the ATVs.
Just so. Just so.
What was that he's back out of Brexit?
Eh.
Let's hope this ends up being uneventful. Not that I
Well,
expect it to.
Tapped. I couldn't use more psychic power since I wanted a torch anyway.
If you got anything left in your bag of tricks, use it, because we're coming into problems.
you are coming into problems. The night proceeds, and for the first time in several hours, sorry, for the first time since the first attack, it has been several hours since an attack. The break between, I guess the sample size is not large enough, but it's been about 4 hours since the zombies rose from the ground when you hear screaming coming from the inside of the camp.
I guess we'll have to
what-
hurry over there.
I'm going to move all of you out of the center. whoever is literally sitting at one of the ATVs, go ahead and move yourselves back to that.
I seem to have lost control of my token.
That seems strange.
Yeah, well, I did have to reload the page. Maybe that's why.
Control mine.
Well, do you want to be in one of the things?
Yeah.
Okay, I will put you there. And act surprised. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I mean, you could maybe tell us what that surprise about, but yeah.
So, when you look back towards camp to see what the commotion is about, you see a similar effect to what you were seeing in the grass earlier, except the grass here has been tamped down. It has been flattened so that everyone could do their jobs and move about more easily. It's much easier to see the earth rising and more like something parting the earth than the actual earth rising. You can now for the first time see that this green jade-like substance is actually extruding from the earth instead of being the earth. It's rising much higher than it had before.
Okay. On comms, I'm going to tell everybody to fire to get its attention so that they can lead it away from the scientists.
Scattered bursts of fire open up on it, and as before, they kind of just pass right through the clay and mud-like substance of it, and it turns towards that fire. The other teams manage to coordinate so that they're not all firing from different directions and just confusing it. I don't believe the behemoth is from Final Fantasy, although the icon may be.
Yeah, there are definitely behemoths in Final Fantasy, and they are pretty distinctive looking.
Yeah. They're not really what I would describe as a behemoth normally, but they're there.
What ends up forming before you is a creature with a head like depicted on the token, a large, sinewy, and serpentine body, and it is coiled to some extent. It's not quite as long as a snake, but coiled to some extent around the center of this camp, and right in the middle of all the equipment, of course. And see, it has short-ish legs at various points along its body. Its tail is sharp and has spines jutting out it from asymmetrical angles, and its neck is long, whips back and forth, and appears to have fairly large and sharp-looking fangs.
All kinds of fun.
We are going to get initiative for this.
Oh, it's actually pretty easy for me for once.
We can't just drive this around this one in the ATVs?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Oh, we can't just drive around this one in the ATVs?
You can if you want to.
Yeah, assuming it has solid, it can deal with that. We still all beat it in initiative. We're golden.
At least the behemoth is last.
Okay.
Well, at least with only one target, my ammo will last a little bit longer.
Yeah, you won't need to use suppressing fire in all probability.
All right. As the behemoth's goopy nature finally solidifies, explaining why it has such low initiative.
Dex,
guys-
I actually realized I was muted. I don't have control of my token, so I can't roll initiative.
Oh, right. Why don't we, here, let me delete your token. And
Zoya disappears.
I'll put
Yep.
you back down.
After that tremendous success with the persuasion, too.
Are you able
Yeah, it's
to
fine.
control your token now?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a second, I'm going to resize it.
Zoya shrinks to half the size.
It boosts my AC.
If you change the size category.
Okay. Everybody's in order and on the tracker. Perfect.
And everyone's thankfully faster than Behemoth.
Do we have are any of the others in the ATVs other than our two main gunners?
I mean,
no.
Omer has been assiduously avoiding them.
Fair enough.
The third ATV that has not had a gunner has been being left unoccupied so that it could be used for various emergency purposes.
Okay, I think I've just devised an emergency purpose for it.
I'm going to remove the triangle. Unless it represents anything for you guys at this point.
Prospective victory.
Then I'll delete it.
It's gone.
Not foreshadowing at all.
I wonder how many turns we're gonna last before I get tired and run into melee.
Well, the first thing that happens at the top of the order is a crisis. With this thing's incredibly long tail, longer than it seemed when it first formed, it actually seems to stretch out, and the spines along it turn even longer and seem to have a razor sheen. It snaps at 3 of the 6s that have been firing upon it. One of those 6s needs immediate medical attention. The other 2 are going to survive, but they're out of the
Our
fight.
bonus. Who has the medical kit?
I do.
No, there you go.
I also have nothing better to do, so this
To
should
let
be
you
easy.
know, at the beginning of every turn that this thing is still alive, there will be a crisis rolled. And you guys have a damage bonus equal to half the number of other 6s alive and
Got it.
active. Right now, because number 1 was the first thing rolled, unfortunately that bonus has gone down from 12 to 9. I've decided this is a round up situation, so 10. You guys have a +5 damage bonus. That is to represent the other 6s firing so that I don't have to roll any attacks from them.
That makes sense.
Yep, that's reasonable.
Alright. First up, Boris.
So no modifier, but just extra 5 damage, right?
That's correct. And we'll just add that onto the roll.
Well, that's not bad, let me put it that way. But does that hit?
It doesn't have more than 15 AC.
Is Boris a full warrior?
Boris is a full warrior.
Okay, so then before I do any description, I will tell you that that does not hit.
Oh boy.
Oy. Oy.
Do you want to use your
I
warrior
hit-
ability?
It's a decent damage roll.
I mean, it'd go up to 20 there.
Yeah. I'll make it hit anyways, spite. If I don't use it, it's gonna be wasted ultimately.
Yeah.
It certainly is. Okay. A hail of machine gun fire erupts from... I'm assuming it's going to erupt from both of the vehicles, but right now we're just resolving the Boris vehicle. And pierces into the behemoth. It turns and wraps its neck around the incoming fire, dodging lots of it, but mostly threatening Boris with a thunderous hiss. It does take 20 damage. Omer.
Okay.
You
I'm
can
gonna head
reach
down, guy.
the 6 with 1 move.
That's what I do. And then I apply a Lazarus patch to him.
Okay.
Now I need to make a int or dex heal check, I believe.
Yes. Difficulty 6. This is the first round that he is down. Okay.
He's going to be okay in the long run.
He's going to be okay in the long run. He's going to have some vicious scars from where multiple of those spines scraped across his torso, but you've confirmed that nothing actually pierced his stomach, and made it so that he's not going to bleed out.
I'm going to try to talk the 2 walking wounded guys into pulling him to safety as well.
Okay. I'll give you that for free. They get themselves out of the line of the fight. Ruslan.
I'm going to. Let's see. I'm not on like a vehicle, so I'm just going to fire from position.
Okay.
That's going to be this burst. Yes. Fire. That's going to miss.
That is going to miss.
Yep. And I will let that miss. All right.
All right. Nikolai.
I'll as many shotgun rounds to this thing as I can.
All
First
right.
5.
Is Nikolai within 10 meters?
Probably I'm moving towards that direction, yes.
Okay. Well, I just mean within the short range of the shotgun. He's not taking penalties to this.
Yes.
attack. Okay.
Yeah.
That, however,
But yes, I will be relatively closer to it than probably others.
Yes, that, however, will not hit.
For
He has-
now, anyway.
He is rather bold in that he has luckily not died this so far, so you know. It's his thing. It's like he has this weird thing where he's like, I just can't die.
Okay.
He might find out otherwise. I'm not ruling that out.
I mean, he
But-
has precog, so if he was going to die, he would have seen it, right? That's how that works.
Oh. Yeah, exactly. Even though he's
I think that's not until a higher level, but all right.
All right.
But that is current thought. That's his current thought. That's basically has been his life so far, as he's gotten to
God.
situations and he's not died.
Oh, yeah.
boy.
This turns out not to be true.
I do have a question. Can heavy machine guns burst fire?
By the statistics and mechanics given in the book, they cannot.
Okay, that's unfortunate.
It is. Maybe I could add that to the focus.
I think it's because they're technically always burst firing.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's fair. I just would have really liked the attack bonus right now.
Oh, absolutely.
So what I'm going to do instead is, all right, I'm actually going to be Zola's actually going to be moving during this. So I think fictionally she was firing from the heavy machine gun at first, but now she's moving to she's actually diving down into the car.
Okay.
And has her combat rifle out and is firing out the side window as she starts the car up.
Okay. All right. Fictionally, this is very difficult. Gameplay-wise, no adjustments.
Okay. Well, yeah, fictionally it's probably taking a while. This is probably kind of why I prefer cinematic timing for rounds rather than the standard 6 seconds, because it makes things a lot easier for some things. No, does that make sense?
Yeah. You can go ahead and make your attack roll.
All right. Let's go ahead and burst.
Oof.
All right, that's fine. I'm gonna get the car on, or the ATV on then, and going.
Okay. The behemoth strikes out. He or she is going to take a swipe at Nikolai.
We'd call it.
Oh, we could, but that seems kind of insensitive.
Yeah. So far as we can
I'm
tell,
not
those aren't.
inclined to ask the behemoth for its pronouns.
Oh, I saw that
Ooh.
14. Cool. Then I realized, it's got a modifier. Oh, 20 will hit.
It does.
But
have
I'm
a
alive!
modifier.
I'm sorry, is that a +6?
Yep.
That is a plus.
What are
6.
these 5e bonuses going on?
It's a little better than us.
A bit.
Behemoth is actually playing a different system.
And
Well, I was
the
gonna
new
ask if it's like a
round
Final Fantasy
starts.
Behemoth.
Well, no, he said it was serpent-like, so it's probably closer to Leviathan. Hmm.
Unfortunately, the bolding that I did not carry over. Unless you want me to post this in Discord. What's easier for you, Discord or Roll20?
I have all the screen space in the world, so Discord
Go ahead
works
and use
best.
Discord, yeah.
Okay. The bolding just makes it a little bit easier to see, I think. All right, this is an on. Yes, the first one was an ongoing crisis. You technically could have waited until any time and seen to that 6, but obviously no reason to wait. This one is an acute crisis. The behemoth is has been getting peppered by a group of 6s that have found an excellent position behind one of these pieces of expensive equipment, and
Oh, we had to save the equipment. I knew it.
It's every body positioning and language and hissing is clear. It is going to trash that equipment to get to those 6s unless you guys do something. Basically, this round, it will wreck that shit at the beginning of next round.
That is a very good crisis.
If you do resolve this, you gain a damage bonus when you hit. Boris.
I'm sorry, what's it trying to do? Or wait, you typed it. Never mind.
Yeah.
How do we get a Leviathan's attention?
I've got an idea.
I'm gonna smack it with the sun stick.
Alright.
Throw the psychic at it. It's our only hope.
Nikolai can't die!
He already pretty well threw himself at it.
What is Boris doing?
I think I'm gonna get his attention in the only way he knows how. Remember to deduct ammo and more gunfire.
Okay.
There we go.
Surely
19.
That is
Surely
certainly
that-
going to hit. And you would think that another 18 damage would be sufficient to draw its attention, but it's still really interested in those 6s that are just peeking around this equipment. They're much closer. Omer.
What do you do as a guy with no weapons in this situation?
Did you not take your laser pistol with you?
It wasn't my laser pistol.
Oh,
I gave it back.
well. You could offer yourself to it to be eaten.
No. Do we have floodlights or anything like that set up here in the camp?
Yes, there certainly is plenty of light equipment.
Okay. Can I try to blind it with the floodlights?
You can try and do that. Yeah.
I do. I don't think it'll work, but I'm going to try it.
Okay. What skill do you think would be most appropriate to represent that?
It's a really good question. I honestly don't know. I guess it should be exert because I'm trying to do it quickly, right? I think that's the main
That's a good reason.
point of connection. Anything rational here? Unfortunately, that gets us back into the world of exert dexterity. So this should be good.
Exert dex or exert strength.
Oh, I'll take the strength. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's an 8. I don't know if that's going to be good enough, but I'm going to try to blind it or otherwise distract it with the lights.
That music is just kind of jumping into my head. that has its attention. But it's distracted between the blinding light and the sixes that are still peppering at it. You think just a little bit more distraction from someone will finish the job and spare that equipment and the sixes.
All right, you know what? Let me ask a very useful question. The guy who got hurt earlier, did he have a gun?
Yes.
Did he leave with it? Because if not, I might as well have picked it up before I ran to the lights.
Yes, that's fine. You've got the gun too.
Okay, well, let's assume I have a gun anyway, although it's probably not one I'm any good with.
It's a combat
You can
rifle.
move on. I think that's what I got right now.
Ruslan.
Well, where's the big noise maker?
Who knows? Maybe I roll a 20.
Ruslan.
Shoot. I'm gonna say that I can see what Omer was just doing, and I'm going to try and copy that.
Okay.
Just because I have the strength to try and pull it off.
Okay. Go ahead and roll it.
Give me that strength. Exert. Submit. Roll well, please. Or don't.
Combined with Omer's efforts, that is actually successful.
Huzzah!
That sufficiently distracts him from his efforts. Well, more like blinds him. He can't actually see what he's trying to attack anymore, and you now have another +2 to damage, so you're at +7.
Are you saying I shouldn't hit him with a stun stick?
I mean, you can still hit him with a stun stick if you
Still
want.
hit him with a stun stick.
It'll just be a stun tick at +2 damage.
Go for
Yay.
it. You can do this.
I have a fun stun stick.
That seems like
boy.
such a bad idea.
It is. It is. But it's my best weapon skill. Why not?
That's not an attack roll.
Yep, I know.
A
I
7
figured that.
misses.
Let me roll a d20.
A
I think
5
a
misses.
5
that's even
misses
worse.
too.
Oh, you thought that would be better.
All right, that's my turn.
All
Good
right.
job.
Skill check, anyways.
All right. Let's see. I'm in the car.
I'm
All right.
recommending Nikolai for a commendation for bravery. I'm also recommending that the fact that he's an idiot go on his record.
Yeah.
Look, I haven't done it yet.
Give him a commendation for bravery, and immediately terminate him for stupidity.
I haven't died yet.
Yeah. All right. Here, I'm going to do more burst fire with this.
Okay.
If I only nearly
There
die
we go.
here, I learn my lesson.
That is a lot of damage from a combat rifle.
I believe that's going to be 23 damage.
That is 23 damage, and
Ow!
with a final burst of ballistics from that vehicle, well positioned, well braced against the door.
Brains.
Zoya plants bullets across this thing's body, bodily shots, neck shots, a couple glancing off of its angled and hardened skull.
May I interrupt really quickly?
Absolutely.
To note one thing. She's actually floored the gas and is driving straight towards it as she does this.
Okay, so the ATV no longer has a window or windshield. And with a groan and a gush of blood, it collapses down on the ATV. Now, ATVs are very sturdy vehicles, so I won't crush Zoya in it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's armored. It can take that.
The behemoth is down.
Will it dissolve?
All right, Zoya takes her knife out and cuts her way out through it.
Oh God!
probably gets really easy once you start trying to turn into dust.
Yeah, but it looks really cool while it's
Oh,
happening.
shit. Oh, it matters. Okay, I quickly run over there with the bioscanner and try to bioscan it.
Okay.
I have a bioscanner. I'm going to use it.
Certainly do. Give me one moment. And you have the heal skill, so you don't have to make any checks for this.
Yep. Well, it still has biodata to scan. I'm scanning it.
Yes, the bioscanner tells you that this is not a living thing. It's not able
no
to tell
shit.
you what it is, but it has no DNA. It has no living organic biology. The
Can
blood
I
coming out of it is not blood.
bioscanner to analyze for the presence of, I don't know, what do you call them? Toxic elements and things like that.
Tiny little machines.
Okay. The bioscanner does not even detect any electrical activity, to answer the former question, or the latter question. And there are no toxic elements.
Okay, so whatever this is, it's obviously something. What does the bioscanner tell me about what it is at all? It tells me a lot about what it's not, clearly. Because toxic elements is basically anything in sufficient quantities.
Mm-hmm.
The point is, can I get the bioscanner to tell me what this thing is made out of?
You cannot.
At all. It's
At
just,
all.
okay.
Mm-mm.
Well, that's not great.
It's not plastic, it's not metal, it's not mineral, it's not organic. Go ahead and roll me an int no check, however.
I'm gonna be right back.
Okay. The bioscanner by no means is confirming this, but Omer has
Theory.
you could call it a theory. He's heard or seen that telekinetic constructs return the same results. That they are not anything.
That's something. All right, good. I make a note of that.
The behemoth does start dissolving. There's,
I know where you got this stuff. You jerk.
I'm sorry.
If there's an alien, if there's a crashed alien spaceship with a fucking lantern in it somewhere near here, I'm gonna be mad at you.
What? Green Lantern.
I'm actually not familiar with that comic. I only know the superhero from his various minor appearances in other major Marvel movies.
It's not quite telekinesis. It's called what he does is projects hard light constructions.
It's their hard constructs, which in Stars Without Number would be what?
Okay.
Would be very similar to like creating moving things
Also,
with
his
telekinesis.
music there. So let's get that right. But still,
I
move on.
think I would actually call hard light constructions. I think that they would still register energy.
Yeah,
You'd think.
probably.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, point is, I now have a theory. That's good.
So a question: would a metaspace scanner detect stuff then?
That's
So
a question for another time.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, I don't think so.
No. I thought that's what telekinetic constructs were made of in our thing.
No, they're just made of telekinetic force, essentially.
Okay.
It's
I thought
kind of an undefined magic force.
right. I thought all the psychic stuff was metaspace stuff. But maybe I got confused with like
Got shot with a car.
Warhammer or something.
Yeah, no. For my explanations, psionics and telekinetic stuff is not specifically metaspace.
Got it.
Okay. Well, we have a theory.
All right. Well, you guys have succeeded. There are no other attacks through the night. There is some immediate argument from the crew about wanting to change their vote again, but Kovalchuk puts his foot down.
Do the
says,
math.
No, we're here, and if this is what we have to weather to finish this job, basically fuck you guys. You're not changing your votes again.
And nobody died, to be fair.
Telekinetic construct, Doctor. There's a force
Theory.
of hostile psychics here, and they're probably exhausted from whatever that was, because that's far beyond the capability of any psychic I've ever heard of. So you should be fine until the ships get here.
So yeah,
I say the faster you guys work, the faster we all get out of here.
and gets paid.
Well, that's not strictly true because this what they're doing now is going to take until the morning, no matter what they do.
Either way,
But if I can direct your attention back to the initial handout, and I'll actually throw it on the screen to you. 2 hidden objectives have been added. So primary objective, the company does their job, succeeded. Secondary, all 6s survived. You didn't cause future problems, so you've gotten both of the secondary objectives. You did keep the 6s in line. Nobody went off and tried to kill natives, and
Nobody went off and tried to kill Nikolai.
nobody went off and tried to kill Nikolai. So success. And prevent the destruction of any scientific equipment.
Oh yeah, Pretech Cosmetics. What up?
So
Ready.
you automatically get the reward from. Oh, you all get 5 XP. You automatically get the primary objective reward, which is the 1,000 credits. You can choose one of the non-primary objective rewards as an additional reward. And I'm toying with the idea of allowing for an additional reward to be claimed by writing something for the storytelling channel. My initial thought on that was if any of the rewards were missed, it could open that back up, but that doesn't seem like enough of an incentive to me.
5 hit points now, still less than most of
I
you.
think saying yeah, you can get another one
Yes.
from what is actually available.
Yes, and so there's 2 thoughts. Either you unlock something that was previously locked and you get another one, or you just get an extra from what was completed. I think the latter is better.
Yeah.
So,
I'm sorry. So what was the deal? We got 3 XP,
5 XP.
5 XP.
XP. Okay, and then with regards to the rewards, is we have to choose 1 or 2, or?
So you get the 1,000 credits from the primary. You can choose any other reward as an additional reward because you completed all the objectives.
Okay.
And if anyone writes, I'll just keep this specific. You may also write something for the storytelling channel in the Stars Without Number Discord about this adventure, and I actually wrote a little bit about this in one of my handouts. The experience, extra credit under the experience and loot rewards. Just write about the session. At me in the post. What you write doesn't have to be a blow-by-blow of the session. It could be an in-character journal. It could be what you liked about the fight, something you didn't like about the session.
Oh, good.
Oh yeah, thanks, Lulu. Just make it
Write a
interesting.
5-page screed about heavy weapon mechanics. It'll be fun.
Yeah.
just make it interesting for readers of the storytelling channel. And if you do write something, tag me, and I'll come back and say, all right, you get an extra reward. So A total of 3 rewards, with one of them just credits.
Right. The 1,000 credits is the base reward, right?
Yes.